Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So tell me about playing in the PokerGo studio at these PGT events compared to like all the other tournaments you play around town and around the world.
I mean, in the studio, it's almost like a home game. You play with the same players for the most part, and then a few different random people trickle in. But for the most part, it's a very relaxed vibe, very chill. Everyone's super friendly for the most part, and it's just all around a great time. Amazing dealers, and just top of the world as far as playing experience.
Cool. And then going into today, I think the only person at the table with more chips than you is Stephen Chidwick, who's #1 all time at the USPO and like cashes, final tables, wins, all that stuff. So, what do you do to prepare coming in against a guy like Stevie?
Well, I got to bring my best. Stevie, he doesn't leave a single chip on the table. You know, he's going for it at all times. So I enjoy playing with him as a challenge, and he's just an overall very nice guy, swell guy. He's always a pleasure. But I enjoy the battle. So it's never easy in the studio, but with Chidwick, it's going to be even tougher. But I look forward to it.
And then a couple of other guys like Isaac, Masato Yokosawa. Do you have experience against them? And if so, like, what do you do to prepare against those guys?
Yeah, Masato, actually, I do have some experience with him. Hero called him in a big spot at the NAPT back in November. We were like 10 left in the 5K, and I shouldn't have put my cape on that time because he had it, and it was a pretty sick hand. But yeah, we've played together at least a handful of times. Who was the other one?
Isaac Kempton.
Oh yeah, Isaac. Yeah, he's a hilarious guy. Always has the zingers, the one-liners. He's keeping it light. So I enjoy playing with him. He's a fantastic player as well.
Cool. All right. Well, I'll let you get out to it.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time.
You got it. Thank you.
All right.
Three events, 3 winners here at the 2025 US Poker Open. But for event number 4, it's a very familiar face leading the way. 2018's USPO champion Stephen Chidwick is back. All-time leader in wins, cashes, and earnings at the USPO. This is where the Golden Eagle meets the British Bald Eagle. And we welcome you in here at the US Poker Open inside the PokerGO studio at Aria Resort and Casino. I'm joined by the one and only Maria Ho here in the booth. We are missing our guy Jeff Platt, but Maria, the storyline today, it's all about Stephen Chidwick.
Yeah, certainly the headliner, and actually somebody we mentioned on yesterday's stream as someone who we've been waiting for them to show up here, you know, make a final table, put on a clinic as he usually does.
And we talked about it already. This is the all-time leader when it comes to wins, cashes, and of course earnings at the USPO. Maria just touched on it. We've been waiting for the arrival of Chidwick, and boy, has he done just that. The chip leader coming in, as you can see. How about Bucky, Matthew Wantman? He's gone back-to-back alongside the guy down in 4th, Isaac Kempton, the Nightcrawler. Back-to-back final tables, joined by Yifu He, Masato Yokosawa, and of course, Patrick Leonard. This is what they're playing for. Payouts presented by Octopi Poker, $262,000 and change. Up top, you saw Chino Ream. He was the final table bubble boy.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck.
And off we go.
Note that for HUD.
Get over here.
He wore Crocs in here today, but he's going barefoot underneath that table.
Barefoot kind of guy. Is this a sort of a lucky thing? Or do you know anything about the feet?
Well, you know, traditionally in Chinese culture, we do not like to enter spaces with our shoes on. We do take our shoes off at the door. So maybe, you know, this is just him getting into his comfort zone.
Americans cannot get away with that terribly smelly feet.
Which is?
120.
120.
First final table for
Hell of a start.
resides in Las Vegas, but of course we touched on his
Just
origins.
like that. Right out of the gate, Mr. Kempton.
There he is.
This table is
Isaac
made
Kempton.
up for
He
7 bucks. It's interesting.
didn't play with us long in event number 3, both he and Bucky. In fact, Bucky, Matthew Wantman, was eliminated
Well,
on the
only 7
first hand of the
bucks.
day.
I think they can swap out the felt and have like another
Yeah,
box
yeah,
over
yeah.
here, another one over there.
Yeah, very interesting. I've never seen like a 7 max RFID table.
Special table.
Yeah,
The
special.
lord of the
Very special.
cephalopods, Stephen Chidwick. Notice the Octopi Poker patch. He is really the brains, if you will,
Let's
of
try
the
it again.
operation, an ambassador and just an all-around workhorse
I
for that
mean,
company.
Is there a better choice for the brains of
You don't
any
think?
I don't think so.
poker
Try
solver
again.
company?
Just nailed it with that one. Kempton's going to shoot it up. 120,000 with the goods, ace king.
Yeah, this might just be easy.
No takers.
It might just be your day, man. You know? Who knows?
So do you want to share with me and the rest of the viewers how this Nightcrawler nickname came about? I'm not familiar.
Well, we touched on it a little bit
Table.
yesterday. We take a look at
Raise
the
it
bio
from the
for
Become the middle
the
stack,
Nightcrawler,
just raise
Isaac
every
Kempton,
hand.
presented by GPI. From Delaware, of course, Carnegie Mellon, big brain on this guy. Physics, I didn't even come close to passing that in high school. Former gamer, and he has another nickname,
Okay. You know what?
extremely inappropriate. We cannot talk about that on air. So the Nightcrawler just sort of became the one that I ran with, and it's all about his, well,
But you're
his
saying
evenings.
it's like a hint to the nickname you can't
To the
mention
other
on
one, it's got a, you know, I think you could probably, in a way, merge the two. You know, very, very dirty stuff, Maria.
You're saying he's just, you know, he's a big party guy out there in the streets.
I don't even know if he's a partier. He just, you know, he loves the evening hours. Leonard short stack. He's going to get this through. That's quite nice for Pats.
Yeah, and Patrick Leonard, you know, of course, I think we in the poker community very familiar with him. Both, you know, incredible results live and especially online. But, you know, some people might be a little less familiar with him because he hasn't really made his presence known inside the studio up until the last few series.
Yeah, can clearly click the buttons, but his presence has been felt in the live arena for a better part of 2 years now. In fact, he just relocated and now lives in Las Vegas full time, and he told us on the side he's going to be playing everything, all the PGT events inside the studio. And he has had tremendous results early on.
120.
Oh, sorry. I bet.
Flush. Jack of clubs.
Yifu gonna kick it up. I like this aggression from Yifu. King 6 off. Attacking Chidwick, who's out of position in the small blind, and Kempton, one of those middling stacks who really is handcuffed. Kempton's got a much better hand, though. Does call from the big blind. King 8 suited, and it comes King 7.
Ooh.
Dangerous for Yifu, and they both check.
Yeah, you know, He opted to slow play this flop, but I do feel like because it is kind of a board that you expect the pre-flop aggressor to c-bet on quite often, it almost feels like he could have gotten more money in there. He's going to get called by so many more hands than just trips, of course, because he is expected to fire that flop at a pretty high frequency.
You would have liked to bet on the flop from Yifu. Instead, it's Kempton now leading the turn, and now decision for He. Still, in his mind, I believe, trapping. It's a 10 on the river, and that 8 will play for Isaac Kempton. There will be no chop.
Yeah, what's interesting is, you know, the sizing I think Kempton will choose to take here is one where he feels like if He checks back the flop and calls the turn, perhaps, you know, he has a hand like 9s, 8s, you know, something that might not be able to withstand a huge bet, maybe some 7x, maybe some ace highs. You know, you might not want to go too big, but he does bet to the size of half pot here.
Maybe this sizing will prevent He from losing any more chips. I don't know if he's just going to jam, but I'll tell you what, if he does pile it in there, I think Kempton is then in a very precarious spot thinking, well, he's clearly got a king, and that 8 that Kempton has is very vulnerable. You can be outkicked. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, definitely a polarizing sizing, perhaps because of some of the backdoor flush and straight draws that missed. But you wonder how He wants to respond. You know, of course, against a smaller sizing, probably would have put in the raise rather quickly. Here, it does appear that he is counting out some bumblebees.
If I'm Kempton right now and I'm seeing this raise, and there it is, he does make a raise.
1,025,000.
Just begging for a call, and if I'm Kempton, I am sick. I don't feel like I have the best hand, but it might be too good to fold.
I mean, could it be 10s full that he rivered?
Could it have been ace-king and he was just slow playing all along? Remember, He did just check back quickly on the flop. That probably now looks very strong. Kempton knows this is for pure value that he's up against. What he doesn't know is that if he calls, he does have the best hand. A fascinating one to start the day. Wow. Wow.
I mean, you certainly can understand why he feels like he could have been outkicked, could have been beat there. The way that hand went down, obviously that raise on the river from He feels like it's got to be so value heavy. You know, he's never just going to do that without trips minimum.
Exactly. It looked like a monster, and Kempton could not beat anything because of that vulnerable 8 in his hand. He felt he was outkicked, perhaps got unlucky against 10's full on the river. Yifu He, a huge pot to start his day. He's up to now 3.7 million. He is our outright chip leader.
Isn't it funny to be in those situations where in the moment you're like, oh, I wish I got called, but little do you know that you actually got a better hand to fold.
He would have lost. Yeah, it's amazing. Kempton, when he sees the replay, is going to be sick.
120.
Chidwick, first time we've heard from him. Chip leader coming in, all-time best at the USPO. Raises to 120 with King 8 suited, and Bucky, Matthew Wantman, is going to take a ride with Ace 9 from the big blind. Jack 10-5. 2 diamonds, nobody home for either player. Bucky's ace high remains best. Not sure Chidwick's going to let him recognize that. Bucky's going to check over. Here comes that expected continuation bet. Smaller sizing, he goes 80,000. Winner. Didn't take long. Chidwick grabs that chip lead right back. The handlebars on this guy.
Right?
I don't know how long he's been growing that mustache. I don't know if he's entering contests. But it's certainly...
it's award-winning.
It's his brand at this point. It is an award-winning mustache.
Thank you.
One of the all-time greatest players. Hails from Deal, England. 3rd on the all-time money list with $64 million in change.
I have 620
Earnings.
in case you call.
And another pretty one for Chidwick. 10-9 of diamonds. Never in the history of the game will he fold in this spot. Does raise, 120,000 to go.
Patrick Leonard looking for a spot to put the rest of his chips in with that 10 big blind stack or 10-ish.
You know that Chidwick's going to be aggressive. Is this ever a spot where we ever get it in pre, or we like just call?
I think you could go either way, really. I mean, you still do have fold equity off of your stack size.
Turns out a wise decision by just calling. He's flopped top pair, does Leonard. He's going to check it on over to Chidwick. He's got a gut shot. Backdoor diamonds working. 330 out there. Leonard only has 500K behind. 60,000. A little baby bet for the British bald eagle.
Yeah, just a board texture that really favors Chidwick's range, especially when Leonard doesn't shove pre-flop. Chidwick should have a lot of the nutted hands here. Doesn't really need to go too big on the sizing, and Leonard just happy to call and come along and under-rep his hand a little bit, hoping that Stevie will continue to fire.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe not when the queen comes on the turn, though.
The queen slides home on the turn for Chidwick. He's made a straight. Pads, not exactly dead, but he's in a lot of trouble. Best he can do is chop. the ratio. There's 450,000 chips in the middle, and Pads has 440,000 behind. Chidwick goes to work, puts 150K out there. Board does get a little bit wet. Backdoor clubs present themselves. 3 Broadway cards.
Yeah, and Chidwick is asking for a third of Leonard's remaining stack, so you wonder what he wants to do with this hand that does have some additional equity. You know, even if, let's say, he's beat right now by a better king or maybe some 2-pair hands, he does still have that straight draw to go with it, so he is willing to risk more of his stack to see another card.
And that other card is a 3 of hearts on the river. Assuming Chidwick puts the rest in, I think Leonard is about to be out the door. Battle of the Brits.
Yeah, it's especially unfortunate when Leonard does block ace-10 and 10-9 with his hand, and, you know, of course, top pair and top set and, you know, king-queen as well, and just all of these other hands that once we see Chidwick put the rest of his chips in, it does feel like Leonard's just getting too good of a price.
600.
You know, how many kind of ace-x type hands would Chidwick be bluffing with here? You know, blocking some of the really good top pair, second pair hands, plus, you know, straights as well.
But I'll tell you what, the fact that Leonard hasn't just snap called his remaining 290,000 chips, this is remarkable. He does not think that his hand is any good. And he's right.
I think I like that.
Trying to find some of the value that he beats. Hand like ace-3 of clubs. Perhaps that would have gotten there. You can't beat that anymore. 9-10 he's worried about.
Sorry, Masato, can I see a sec?
I think it's fair to say Pads does not suspect that Chidwick has very many bluffs here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is certainly just a really tough decision on the river, and Leonard, of course, asking to see Yokosawa's stack because he's trying to think about if he folds here, takes the small blind the next hand, you know, how many hands can he see before he's forced all in? You know, is there a chance that Yokosawa could bust before all of these factors playing into his mind and into his decision making?
It's amazing. This is how good this kid is. Anyone else going broke quickly?
0-2. 0-3.
He's thinking about folding and leaving himself less than 5 big blinds behind.
Same hand. King 7 probably. I like the 10 of clubs. I like the 10 of clubs. I like the king. Don't let it stop.
You do hear him say, I like the 10 of clubs. You know, understanding, of course, it's a key card. Blocks a lot of value.
Oh, sorry, can you tell me when I have like, what?
He's got 1 time extension left.
Plus this.
There it is, the call. Bad news.
Yeah, that's not.
Sort of like he knew. He expected to be shown a winner, but he could not get off of it. Patrick Leonard, he will bow out in 6th place. $50,000 and change for his efforts.
King 10.
He will hop right in event number 5. The chip leader to start the day, Chidwick, gets a little healthier, busting his fellow Brit.
Big hand.
He's now up to 4.4 million. Folks, that's about 35% of the chips in play.
I said he was thinking with Jack.
Yeah.
Take a look at that resume. Just at the U.S. Poker Open,
With Queen as well.
21 all-time
It's not with Queen as
cashes.
well.
Yeah.
10, like,
Wow. You actually had
possible
something.
to fold.
Not too shabby list there as well. You saw Degrano
Yeah,
in the
I
mix,
wasn't
El
sure if it was
Jefe,
a
Kerry
good thing.
Katz, Alex
Yeah.
Foxen, David
Wow.
Peters, Sean Winter,
That's
who
like
we
his
have not
topic.
seen this
Yeah,
series,
it was a really good call.
and Dan Shack. with
me,
15
excited when it
cashes.
comes.
Yeah, where are they at? Where's Winter at?
Believe Winter and the family, they went off to Europe.
Oh.
Maybe a little trip. I don't know. Some golf.
He
Who
takes
knows?
vacations right in
Apparently.
the middle of a big PokerGO tour series?
Well, he fired all the PGT PLO events and
Yeah.
I guess wanted to
He doesn't like Hold'em that much.
bail
these
on the
days.
USPO. Yeah. Good time for us to welcome everybody in from our PokerGO YouTube chat. Maria Ho and I have it open. We're with you every step of the way. And no matter where you're tuning in from, whether it's Pluto, Sling, DirecTV Stream, Amazon Prime, you name it, we appreciate you guys for being here with us. Chidwick stays busy. Queen 3 suited. He's going to get it through.
That button? Last name.
All right, tournament dealers, you should have your button established.
You know, he's the British bald eagle because there's actually another poker player out there named the bald eagle, nicknamed the bald eagle.
Yeah, in case people aren't familiar.
Yeah, Stevie Z, Steve Zolotow, the original.
Also another Steve.
I hadn't even put that part together. Huh.
What a coincidence.
Now he's got the goods, does Chidwick, and it will look like he might be targeting Masato Yokosawa's short stack. This is a huge hand for Chidwick to have. And Kempton looks down at ace-jack suited, understanding all of these dynamics. He's only got 16 bigs. This is another brutal spot for the Nightcrawler.
500,000.
500?
He's going to hand gesture it, he's going to verbalize it, and he's going to put 500,000 out there, and look at what lies behind the hammer. Yifu, ace king.
What to do in this spot, you know, as a middling stack here.
Oh, yeah.
Does put all of the chips in.
He's just playing for all of it. Chidwick immediately out. Kempton knows he has just stepped into it. And it's his nemesis. He and Yifu already colliding here at this final table where Kempton folded the winner on the river in a bizarre sequence. Is he really 3-betting half of his stack and now being forced to fold? Perhaps. Or does he feel committed? Is the price just right? If he does call, you can see the percentages. 30% of the time, he can win. This is absolutely bananas.
On one hand, you're thinking I've put half of my stack in there, but on the other hand, you're facing a cold 4-bet from the small blind.
And you know it's the goods. It's at worst ace king. You know ace jack suited is never good. Wow. And he is out.
Gets away.
Wow.
Do I have to?
4.3 million for Yifu He. He and Chidwick are neck and neck for the chip lead. Yokosawa and now Kempton, the clear shortest stacks. Well, how'd they all get here? Nice subtle stroll for Yifu. Everyone's got a coffee. Here comes Pads. He's got the iced variety. There is Kempton, the Nightcrawler. Chidwick, the legend. Ah, Bucky. Nice to have Bucky for longer than one hand. And there he is. the Japanese phenom, Masato. Got his vlogger crew with him, doing a little dance, strutting in. We'll be putting on a show here at the final table. Little power pump. Yeah, there we are. Look at this guy. What a beauty.
What a delight.
Levels going up.
Oh, sorry.
Should be good hand.
40K, 80K with that ante.
Exactly.
That's going to make those shorter stacks even shorter. Yokosawa with 3 big blinds. Kempton with 6. Yifu on the button. Queen Jack off. Imagine this is good enough. He seems to think the same. How much?
Raise.
175.
Price of 175,000, and Chidwick has him nipped. King Jack suited for Chidwick, just calling. The 2 biggest stacks, we'll see 3. Here comes Queen 8-8 with 2 spades, and all of a sudden, we've got one brewing.
Yeah, very close inequities here for these 2 hands.
100.
100K from He. What is Chidwick like with this king high flush draw on this type of board? I believe only 2 options are on the table, and that's between raise or call. And Maria, he's reaching.
Raise 260.
260,000.
Yeah, and for He, obviously, this is not the street that he's going to be folding, but definitely a little bit concerned, as Chidwick did defend from the big line, that he could have some 8X here. Not immediately comfortable with his hand.
I would imagine that Chidwick has an arsenal of holdings that he could possess, that he'd be check raising with, that may not include an 8. We can see it's the flush draw, and that flush does not arrive on the turn. 3 of diamonds shows up. How does he want to continue to tell his story after check raising the flop? I would imagine he's identified that he's likely up against a queen.
Yeah, there's going to be some queen X. There's going to be maybe, you know, some ace X of diamonds or something like that that pursued some of that backdoor equity with ace high on a paired board flop. Certainly seems reasonable to continue with that part of his range.
Chidwick's going to knuckle the turn. Checks it on over to Yifu.
Check.
He's going to check right back to the river. 9 of clubs. Queen Jack reigns supreme. Chidwick has missed. Nearly $1 million in the middle.
Yeah, you wonder how Chidwick feels about, you know, having a jack when Jack 10 gets there on the river, and perhaps, you know, is this the type of hand he would check raise the flop, a gutter, and then maybe check sometimes on the turn, but gets there on the river. You know, what is he able to maybe credibly represent here if he decides to try to bluff, given the fact that He checked back on the turn, maybe just trying to fold out, again, some ace highs, maybe some 10s or jacks that might have continued on the flop against a check raise. You know, maybe some of that weaker showdown that decides not to bet the turn, but maybe can't call a bet on the river.
And the Lord of the Cephalopods is going to bet 275,000. He's making it look like he's got value, when in fact we can see it's nothing but king high. believe that He will be folding top pair, but let's wait and see. There is the call. Chidwick about to see the bad news. He's going to drag a nice one. 1.5 million in the middle. Separation now as those top stacks collided, and it's Yifu He landing the uppercut. He's got 5.1 million. He's our chip leader.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I have played against Hub maybe a couple of times now. You know, it looks like he started playing poker more seriously in 2017. He's a retired businessman from Sunnyvale, California.
Take a look at the format presented by Card Player. Everyone bought in for 10,000. 40-minute levels for now. Shot clock in effect. Take care of those tankers. Everybody started with 125,000 chips. And now we're here. The final 5 remain. 2 of these 5 are ridiculously short stacked. Quite the opposite, however, for our chip leader, Yifu He. Going back to work. He's got ace-9 suited.
Raise 165.
165,000 to go. Yokosawa out of the way, and now to Isaac Kempton. Starts the hand with right around 6 bigs. He's got a pair of 5s. I am just shocked. He will fold.
My photo and the Patrick photo.
Pocket 5s, I suppose, trying to ladder up.
Oh, really?
That's got to be the
Patrick
reason.
bust in 10 minutes, and I'm just folding every fan. It's like a scam.
It jinxed you.
You know, sometimes a part of the playbook here is really just the laddering,
So
and
people recognize our
folding
face.
to a
Oh,
ladder
Patrick
is
and
more
Masato
important
is
than,
playing,
you
so I gotta
know,
watch this stream.
getting
Oh,
involved
just Masato is
in a
folding
spot
every
where,
hand.
you know,
And
the
Patrick
risk
is
of
You know
not
you're
here.
famous when the
tournament life
thumbnail is
being
you guys and you're
on the
trying
line.
big lines between you.
Yeah.
It's just not worth, you know, what you can gain
So I gotta
by
survive.
maybe
I mean,
going up one
I gotta
spot in
double
the
up.
pay jump.
Yeah.
Friendly banter between Masato and Chidwick. And yeah, even the chat
Surprised?
pretty surprised by Kempton's fold, to say the least. As Kempton clearly trying to ladder up, knowing that he's got Yokosawa covered by a hair. And here comes Yokosawa with the sailboats. He's all in.
255.
And it's for roughly 3 bigs. Bucky's got Doyle suited.
You can fold if you want.
Is it enough to earn the call? You know, Kempton's rooting for it.
Well, Kempton folded the 5s for this.
He does call.
All right.
shape.
Well, this is exactly what
Your cards.
Kempton wanted when he
no.
folded. Is that
Kempton said, I had
I'm
10
praying
deuces
for you
well.
anyways.
So
3, 4,
spades
5.
are live.
I like 1 over.
Couple 10s and
I like
mallards
spades.
left in the
That's
deck.
9, 7, 2 spade. Fair fight.
Fair fight has been declared.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Yokosawa gets it in darn
I would
good
take
with
it.
those 4s.
3, 4,
Here
5.
we go to the flop. 4 in the window.
Mm.
Ace and a 3. We've got a gut
More
shot
out.
straight for Bucky.
Yeah.
5, deuce. Chop it up.
Deuce 5
The
beat.
turn.
No.
10 of clubs, and that will
That's not fair,
Do it.
man.
No, excuse me. Of course, the wheel draw remains live. Pardon me.
What do you need? Just a 5?
Cinco's.
Ace
Well, how?
on the river. That
Deuce
will lock it up.
55.
The house
Nice
for
one.
Yokosawa
Thank you.
has been built.
Survived.
The double up has been
Very strong.
captured.
Very good face card. I mean the open card. Window card.
Now you make your fans are happy. You're playing hands now.
Yeah. Obviously. Oh, Masato double up.
The Masato Maniacs going wild.
No, it's got to be Masato wins
Remains alive and in
605,000.
contention
Yeah.
here in event number 4.
with just a pair of fours.
Yeah.
How do you think Isaac Kempton's feeling right now, Maria, after
They will
folding
make a
fives a
video.
moment ago?
I mean,
He got
he's
called by
still.
what?
Why don't you go out there and ask him?
I might.
Got shot.
Although, I usually talk to him during the evening hours.
So you also are a night crawler.
More of an earthworm. King 5 suited for Yokosawa. He will pass over to Chidwick. Couple of crabs. Little ocean variety. Why not? For the leader of Octopi Poker. It's going to get it through.
Hey, imagine if I win this tournament, like Masato win the tournament from 2 big blind.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
With contents.
Do it for the gram.
You ever seen the size of this guy's YouTube channel?
I mean,
it's massive.
Yeah. I feel like there's got to be a lot of
often do you
Masato
post
fans in
videos?
the YouTube
Every
chat
week.
right
Once a week?
now.
Yeah, once in a while.
Usually, you know, they're hyping him up when he's on a live
Mostly
stream.
short ones? Like 10
I don't know
minutes
what
or-
Like
time
20
it is
minutes.
in
minutes?
Yeah.
Japan.
Longer than 20, so
Not
20.
exactly a
mean-
cultured
Yeah.
fella.
Are you a real Masato fan if you're not watching him at all hours?
It's a great point you're making.
It's like very hard job for the editor.
Mm-hmm.
They edit, like, we have like 5-6 editors.
Yokosawa's closing in on 1 million
but still we can
subscribers
post.
over on his channel.
Right.
180.
Takes a few days to film and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
a few
yeah.
days to
Listen.
edit.
People in Japan love poker. It has really steadily grown.
Bye-bye.
And
you
especially
take
with
a lot
people
of
like
footage, right?
Masato,
Yeah.
right? And
So
other vloggers, I think
there's a
they're
lot
really
to
bringing a lot more attention to
sort
the
through.
game.
Are you telling like the stories of tournaments? Like hands you played and stuff like that? Or is it more
No,
like...
more likely the lifestyle.
Okay.
So more abroad. Not about strategy. Nobody care about my strategy.
According to Armada, RMX Indiana, it's 5:30 in the morning, Sunday morning over in Tokyo.
Have you tried doing strategy content and it just
Yeah.
doesn't get as much
We
engagement?
we have another channel to
Okay.
just about a strategy.
Okay.
So it's only for poker and more complicated.
Maybe Chidwick's thinking about doing some strategy videos with Masato, tapping into that Japanese wave
know,
of popularity
yeah.
you're referencing.
That'd be a cool collab.
Raise 300.
Octopi X Masato.
Yeah.
Come on, Stevie.
Kempton's all in for, well, close to all in, 300K.
A pot size though.
Chidwick's got a fun one. He might give him a little action. Then again, it might be advantageous for Chidwick to allow these short stacks to survive. And he can
Definitely.
abuse this bubbling spot, but no. He's going for the kill.
Beautiful.
Let's see if you can make another sick fold.
I've been making some. I'm in a folding mood today, I guess.
To the flop. It is ace, deuce, 5, 2 clubs. Nothing there for Chidwick. Both players are going to check. 6 of diamonds. Now Chidwick's got
Okay,
everything. An
then.
open-ended straight flush draw.
Check. Check.
Both players will check again to the river. And it is the 10 of spades, a brick. And Kempton's queen high will win unless he folds.
That's 80.
He said he was in a folding
Oh,
mood,
no.
Brent. Maybe. No, surely not.
Oh no, Kempton, don't
No more friendly.
make the highlight reel with this one, buddy.
What are they doing to me today?
Chidwick he realizes he can't win unless maybe the 1% happens and Kempton finds a fold and Chidwick can win with 8 high. This is ridiculous. Kempton about to go viral for all the wrong reasons if he mucks his hand. does flick in the call. We'll now see the great news that Queen High survives.
Huge draw against huge draw.
No wonder the money got in.
You really thought I was going to make the sickest fold of all time, huh?
He was hoping.
Wow.
The worst fold of all time.
That would be the worst fold of all time. I just couldn't stand to be embarrassed on TV again.
That one would have really hurt.
Yeah.
Up to 730,000 for the Nightcrawler. About 10 bigs. He's got
It's like if I
Yokosawa
round out
notched
that
as
one,
well.
It sticks with me for the rest of your life. You don't want that. Who needs that kind of stress?
We all have one of those hands, or maybe two. No?
Another one for the highlight reel. Queen High call for your tournament life.
Oh, that was a huge one. That was
I'm
huge.
just curious. Would
Getting
you call
8,000 to 1.
Yeah.
Would you call with 8-9 suited as well?
That's another viral clip right there.
On the river.
On the river?
Yeah, 8-9 suited if you had.
I hope I would.
Are you the call?
I hope so. I don't know. If he had it, why would he want me out of the tournament? That's what I was thinking. I might have just called with the same hand.
Yifu will pass.
Oh no.
Masato out of the way, and
4, 5,
we got a little blind on blind carnage. Chidwick looks down at the hoopty, rolling down the street. And my 6th fall. And he's going for all of it. Kempton. He beats him in, Helmuth style. He's got ace-king.
Got an ace.
That was very
ace-king
Helmuthian of
Oh,
him.
ace-king draw.
Wow.
Wow.
It's a classic battle, the high versus the
We
low.
got a combo draw though.
Why can't you just have ace deuce?
Let's do king 5-7, okay?
Queen, Jack, 10, 2 spade.
Here, I'll start counting for you.
About 1.4 in the middle.
Exactly. Thanks, Bucky.
Huge opportunity for Kempton to get right back in. Let's see the flop.
Look at the board.
Oh my goodness, Chidwick flops huge. 8-3 deuce, 2 spades.
Mama
That's
mia.
400.
18 outs.
Listen, Kempton
500.
undeterred. He's still counting his stack.
You
For
have
the
100
doubles.
outs. 4, 5, 6, and
Doesn't lack confidence. The turn.
Ooh.
It is a pair of 6s now for Chidwick, and Kempton
Nice playing with you,
is
Stevie.
on the ropes. He's got 4 outs.
A real 180 there. From counting his
Is this how
stacks
you
to
win?
shaking hands.
Congrats on your ladder. Nice hand, sir. Always a pleasure. Yeah. See you guys.
King of diamonds for Kempton.
Marked, professional.
He finds it. Spikes one of those 4 outs. He will get another double up.
I went to a new.
Okay.
So
Maybe there's a
my
method to his
Oh
madness.
my God.
Are you
Mamma mia.
serious?
Instead of, the get up, walk away, he
Highlight
just
reel after highlight reel.
pulled
how
off
I do it,
another
baby.
successful reverse
Once, right?
jinx.
A lot to soak in there, a lot to learn from
Yeah,
Kempton.
wow.
Shake hands,
Oh my God.
stacking
Congrats on your
chips,
ladder,
whatever
he
it
says.
takes to will the winner on the river. Kempton is healthy. 17 bigs, back in business.
OMG.
Old dog, new
Lasted
tricks.
what?
Look at the Nightcrawler.
Those are pretty old tricks too.
All smiles
That's true.
And you're more of a new dog.
for the British
I learned
bald
from the
eagle.
best.
Chidwick is fine. He's
Man,
still at
there's gonna be some
2.7
weird
million,
butterfly effect
around
stuff going on.
35
4
bigs.
outs there, right?
Yeah, 4 outs.
4 outs.
My, oh my. Here's the leaderboard presented by Global Poker. Yifu He on top, 5.1 million. Then comes Bucky, Chidwick, Kempton. It's been on the rise, and Masato Yokosawa just hanging around. Patrick Leonard, if you missed it, was our 6th place finisher. The hands of Stephen Chidwick.
Okay, 175.
Yifu shoots it up, 175,000. Now on over to Chidwick on the button. Good luck getting by this bulldozer. King 9 suited.
Call.
He's going to call. Kempton bows out. Now Bucky, Queen Jack off from the big blind. He's giving this a little thought, and he's just going to get out of the way. Does not accept his invitation to the party. We're heads up. Let's take a look at a flop. And it comes king, king, deuce. That is all Chidwick.
Check.
Yifu seemingly shutting it down, but who knows with this guy. Chidwick, slide check back with his trips. See if his opponent can catch up. Does not happen, but Maria, it's the ace of hearts. Is this a card that maybe Yifu would stab at?
Very well, it could be. You know, on the flop, it seemed like He was just going to give up if Stevie came with a bet, but that check back allowed him to potentially want to rep this card.
And so far, a picture-perfect plan for Chidwick as He draws dead and is continuing now to bet on the turn, trying to represent that ace. The methodical mustache ponders.
Does elect to just go for slow play, just another call, hoping that He will fire again on the river. And that's a pretty bricky river, Brent. It definitely feels like if you want to continue to tell this story that you have some ace-X holdings here, you might want to be firing again on this river as He and really try to put pressure on some of those smaller to middling pairs that Chidwick could have called with pre-flop that checks back the flop. You know, that's not really going to perform well against a second barrel. We can obviously see, though, that Chidwick has top of range here.
Saw a slight gulp from Yifu, and he is deciding, Maria, he agrees with you. He's going to bluff. Continuing to try to represent that ace. 275,000. Now decision time for Chidwick. Do we just call or do we find a raise?
Definitely think against this sizing, Stevie is going to come with the raise. It's just a matter of what size. You know, if fortunately enough for Stevie, He does actually have an ace, what would he be willing to call? How much more would he be willing to call? It's definitely a consideration through Chidwick's mind, is with the value part of He's range. You know, how much more can you extract here from him?
Well, whatever Chidwick decides, I promise, it is GTO, accurate.
850.
He's going to go 850.
850.
And He will get out of the way. Chidwick is going to rebuild those towers.
Yeah,
he's back up to 3.5 million.
You can always announce if it's going to be close to the time and you're just finding the chips. You can, if you say the number or you say.
Okay.
They let you off the hook last time. You owed one from before too.
Like a second or two, but
Okay.
like 4 or
Next
5
time you can attach me.
It's like 4 or 5 seconds I gotta take.
We saw it once. That was the leaderboard for the U.S. Poker Open all-time cashes. Chidwick. Excuse me, final tables. Chidwick, 17.
Right. Reading's hard, right? It's okay.
I'm not going to blame anyone, but
you're more like
really
a
wasn't my
pictures
fault.
guy, like an illustrations person.
I am a pictures guy. I don't know how to read, but I can read this. Yokosawa's all in. Pocket fives. Tournament life on the line. Chidwick. King 10 suited. Does have a couple players behind him, but he says the hand's good enough. I'm going to put in a call. Kempton now wakes up with ace-king.
Yeah, and unlike some of his earlier decisions, this one much easier for him. Certainly should be very happy to put the 4 bet
all
in.
in.
Look at that with the
Says
the
I'm
way he
all
said
in.
it.
And
I mean,
Bucky
oh
has
my
2
gosh.
jacks.
See what comes out.
Pocket jacks for Matthew Wantman.
Oh, no.
Are you kidding me?
1.34.
Didn't expect Wantman to be in the tank on his decision, facing a cold 4. I mean,
Good luck.
you're just looking at jacks and you know that Chidwick is still left to act behind you. Does Chidwick ever have some traps that he just flats Yokosawa's all in and doesn't ISO?
This is going to feel really dumb.
And he is out of the way. There's the mallards for
Well, I got a Stevie
Yifu.
fold
He
here
will
would be
fold.
amazing for me.
Stevie Chidwick,
Add another one.
no
to the-
choice. He's going to fold. And now
Okay,
all of a
fair
sudden
fight.
we're heads up and we're flipping.
Lots of money in the middle.
Yokosawa with the
Good
5s against
Probably folded
Kempton's
like
ace
queens
king.
or something. What the hell?
Yeah,
2 jacks.
really tough spot for Wantman there. You
Thank
know,
you. I would hit
again,
the 5, so good fold.
Stevie behind
Oh
has
my
him
God.
covered.
I hope it
just
runs out
wasn't
4 straight and we
sure.
just chop up their money.
Yeah.
1.5 in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
It's good.
5 straight. Just all clubs. 5 clubs. Let's chop it all up.
The flop. 10-10-8.
Very bad flop.
4 outs now
Not
for
very
that
bad.
ace
I mean,
king.
It's a fair
Yeah,
flop.
I mean,
it's
fair
fair.
flop. Yeah,
Chidwick, of course, would have flopped
that's
3
true.
10s.
Very fair.
I'm an expert with the
5s
kings on the
remain
river.
out in front to the turn. 4 of diamonds.
Always very
Yokosawa
good.
just has to
on
fade
toast.
the river. Survive with these 5s. 9 outs. You can see him at the top of your screen. Here it is.
Oh,
9 of clubs. That is safe.
430.
Yeah. Triple up.
Yeah, incredible for Yokosawa to have the triple up in a spot where, you know, again,
Pocket
Wantman.
jacks right into them up.
Folding triple.
You folded pocket
Yeah, more than
tens.
triples, too.
Quite a bit
You
more
should be the one on 2.
A remarkable
You would have scooped it all with your
sequence
pocket tens,
again
right?
at this final table. Yokosawa, he
Yes.
celebrates.
You had a 10?
Psycho.
So why are you on? You should be on tilt.
No, I had the
I
real
should have won
hand.
the tournament in that hand.
Yeah.
I should be heads up right now.
Just call. Mamma mia.
You would have stuck it in too. I know you would have,
Yeah.
Stevie. Oh no, there was so much
Bucky's
dead money in
sick.
there that now he has a big stack.
Yes.
Could have eliminated 2
I am.
players.
I mean, what
He
the
stuck
heck?
it in with jacks. An
Your
understandable
fortune
fold,
can
of
change
course.
in an instant in this
The
game.
moment right now belongs to that guy, Masato Yokosawa. Up to 1.5 million. Kempton now our shortest stack. Losing that flip with his ace king. We're seeing hand after hand, collision after
I'm rushing.
collision.
Be careful. Okay?
Now it's pocket jacks for Yifu He. Blind versus blind. He's going to go large. 440,000. Nobody home from Masato. And we move on.
This final seems very, very interesting. So many interesting hands.
Yeah.
Good for content.
I'm like a bull in a china shop.
Oh man, if you guys just tuned in on YouTube, it's been quite a roller coaster ride for many.
Yeah, a bit different from the final table yesterday. Just,
Wow.
You know, so many coolers right off the bat, so many big spots and tough decisions.
On the button now. Yifu He. Ace-9 off. Is our chip leader. Continuing to stay aggressive. 175,000. Chidwick in the big blind. Jack-8 offsuit. Thinking about playing a little defense. He will do just that. Call. The flop. 10-6-4. Rainbow variety. Ace-9 well out in front.
Check.
Just goes check, check. 7 of clubs slides in on the turn, and that is a beautiful sight for Chidwick as he has picked up some outs.
Yeah, and you can't blame He for just checking back that flop. I do feel like, you know, when you start c-betting at too high of a frequency, of course your opponents will try to exploit that, and you're up against a very tough opponent in Steve Chidwick. You might want to try to keep the pot smaller, but now, you know, what does he want to do with his gutter and ace high?
This type of texture, this board, looks like Chidwick could have a little something. Chidwick trying to tell that story, 190,000. He's got a plethora of outs. Huh, with just ace high and that gut shot. 8, of course, would make him a straight. He's not ready to give up. In fact, Maria, he's reaching for bumblebees. He's going to take it up.
Interesting.
450,000 to go.
Well, semi-bluff of sorts here. Also has the ace of clubs working for him. Maybe has some ideas about perhaps if a club were to come on the river, maybe there's a little something he could do with that.
And he puts Chidwick in a very uncomfortable spot. You can see Chidwick double gutter. Any 9 he makes a straight, any 5 he makes a straight. As we can see that Jack is also a live card.
Yeah, I think Stevie's wondering, you know, does He have really strong value here? Does he ever, you know, check back a set on the flop, check back an overpair?
Oh,
wow.
Boy, I mean,
Oh,
are you kidding me? 900,000 announced from Chidwick.
What a beast.
Puts in the 3-bet on the turn with Jack high. Now what?
Yeah, it just doesn't really feel like He has very strong value here in Chidwick with the straight blockers.
Thinking it through. Is he considering pulling the trigger? Would be out of this world.
He couldn't possibly. Oh.
He's going to call.
Okay.
He's at least going to call. He sees the price. He says, you know what? To your point earlier, maybe a club. I can bluff the river.
All I know is we've got like a 2.2 million chip pot with 2 players holding nothing but high cards.
No pair.
No pair.
Still remains the case. The King of Hearts on the river. Nobody has a pair. 2.2 million out there. Chidwick has been the aggressor after 3-betting the turn.
I mean.
And this is dicey. He's got 1.9 million. There is nearly 2.3 million in the middle.
Listen, Brent, somebody has a pair. We're about to find out who.
Oh, my.
Are we going to see Stevie put most of his chips in the middle, just leaving 1 chip back? Is it going to be one of those spots?
He is absolutely thinking about it, taking his time, trying to decide. Just rolling through those extensions. He is deep in thought, no doubt. Trying to piece this thing together. He is reaching.
1.35.
1.35 million has been announced. He's left himself around 600,000 behind. Chidwick goes for it with nothing but jack high.
I mean, this is pretty epic. Do we expect anything less of Stevie Chidwick, though, to be able to go for it here?
We might not be done yet. Yifu He is grabbing his chips, suggesting that he's considering calling with ace high. This would be the call of the century.
Does he think that Stevie is bluffing with some 8x, some 5x? I don't think He loves the fact that he does have a club in his hand.
I don't even know if he's thinking about that. It's just, do you have it or don't you?
Well, if he wants to go for a soul read, maybe he needs to look at Stevie. Not that Stevie gives anything away, but I feel like if this is one of those moments where you're just going by gut and intuition, maybe you want to look over at your opponent, maybe see if you could get anything off of his demeanor and his mannerisms.
Is really giving this some thought with just ace high, and now he is out. What a bluff by perhaps the best to have ever done it. Stephen Chidwick.
Almost catch you.
Almost catch me?
Almost.
You heard the comment. He thought he was bluffing, and he couldn't find the call.
God, I was praying for the all.
Whoa.
Me too.
I was praying for Stevie's downfall. Wow. I'm sorry, man.
I thought we were friends.
It's nothing personal, man.
4.2 million. The chip lead belongs to Chidwick, who is putting on a show.
I was praying he counted out like the calling chips, thought used the time extension, and it said all, and that's what I was praying.
I mean, all the people that are watching the Masters instead of this, they're missing out.
Yeah, I mean, we got something special to behold, no doubt. Everyone knows the Masters is all about Sunday anyway, although Rory having one hell of a day. The start, I heard, I don't know where it's at right now. I'm a little busy. I'm sure we'll find out at break. I know I will. Yifu going back to work. Ace, queen, 175,000. All the way on over to Kempton. He's out. Yifu will pick up small pot. Oh, man, chat. We're with you. How are you guys doing out there? Who are you rooting for, by the way? Talk to us. Maria and I are tuned in.
Yeah. We're keeping an eye on chat.
This has been crazy, to say the least.
I think Stevie, when he finds out what had that hand, is going to be surprised that he was considering it on the river with just ace high.
I really do believe he was considering. Oftentimes players will posture and act unnecessarily, but it felt like he wanted to call. And the little comment right after that suggests that to be the case, right?
Yeah.
It says, I caught you, but he couldn't quite pull the trigger to call. Yokosawa. 2 jacks.
But I would imagine, you know, that Stevie was sitting there feeling like he got to fold something better than ace high, and you wouldn't blame him for thinking that. So I think this information, I think, will definitely make Stevie kind of adjust what he thinks is willing to kind of get the chips in on the river with, right?
I was about to call with ace high. And we got a lot of different supporters out there. Maria, you've got your own. They're just here rooting for you.
That's, you know, that's so nice.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I'll take all the good energy.
Yep, last stand of the level. Big blind.
5 remain. We're playing for $262,000 up top. It's event number 4 at the halfway point of the series. This is the all-time best to have ever done it here at the U.S. Poker Open. He's going back to work. Chidwick, 160,000 to go.
So going on a break.
All right.
Color up the blue chips.
Take care of it for me.
Well, these guys color up. We'll take a look at the leaderboard. And we're going to go to our first break. It's Chidwick up top. What a show he's putting on. 4.3 million. Yifu, undeterred. He's right behind Chidwick. Bucky, Masato, Kempton. The 5 remain. We're going to take a quick break and be right back.
Exactly. What do you fold jack?
Minus the E. coli talk, of course.
10's is my favorite hand.
Jack 8-8. Colby picks up 1 club. We know Moreno folded 2 of them. Oh, the turn is an ace. Now it's Colby who takes command. And it's Colby who wins the biggest pot of the day.
That's 3 there.
Sick and twisted, no good, very bad beat.
Did you find fun?
Yeah, exactly. What do you fold jack?
Minus the E. coli talk, of course.
Yeah, he's queen. I saw it.
I'm just glad our crafts table, everything's individually.
That'll be
wrapped,
embarrassing
you
if
know.
that was wrong.
Is this real, though, about
Gotta be
Chipotle?
willing to be wrong in this game.
I mean, I get it every other night.
At ace king of hearts.
Oh, boy.
What's wrong with that? I thought it was healthy.
that's wrong,
They've
I
got
don't wanna
health
be right.
bowls.
Do you get the health bowls?
No. It's an option.
No, he has a burrito with extra queso.
I do get the bowl. I don't get the burrito.
There we go.
But the extra queso part is accurate. A lot of guac.
Call.
I was told guacamole is a healthy fat.
That's what they say about avocado and guacamole. But if you eat a lot of it, I don't know.
It's just a lot of health.
Hell. Ooh, 9-6-3. Top pair for Moreno, but top 2 for Rosito, who has outflopped our chip leader.
Yeah, and things have just kind of been going so smoothly for Moreno today that maybe this is his first obstacle, is this scenario where he's bound to lose some chips.
$230,000.
It's 230.
Leads for a little more than half pot.
If Rosito decides to fast play here and just comes with the raise, you wonder what Moreno's going to make of it, considering, you know, he does block a lot of the draws, the straights, the gutter balls.
Oh.
Just going to call here.
Cocktails.
Turn king of clubs.
$490.
490.
Keeps firing. It's 490.
I'm more curious about Rizito. How does he respond? This monster that he's been slow playing.
I mean, considering this was a raised pot pre by Moreno, I feel like Rizito has to feel pretty good that that king potentially could have helped Moreno in some way. He also blocks, you know, set of 9s, set of 6s. I do think unblocking all the good King X hands that might have raised pre and would fire flop with 2 overs and then continue to fire the turn feels like a good spot to try to get more chips in.
Call.
Now almost 1.9 in the middle. Zito just has a little more than that behind. River Queen.
Oh, sure.
Wonder what Moreno now thinks Rizito could have. Would he have stuck around with, call it 7-8, despite Moreno himself possessing a 7? 4-5? Or is he now concerned that
280,000?
this is a blocker bet?
Yeah.
He's hoping to just get called. Does not want to get raised. Could it also be targeting what may have been a very sticky 6 that Rizito could have called flop and turn with?
10 seconds.
I mean, now against the sizing, I just don't see how Rizito doesn't.
We're just
find
shoving it, right?
Yeah, some additional value at this point.
Time extension.
Welcome back to the U.S. Poker Open, right here inside the PokerGO studio, live from the Aria Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Maria Ho alongside me in the booth. We are 5-handed for the title. It has been wild, to say the least, Maria, but it is Stephen Chidwick who is on top, and this is what we're playing for. The payouts presented by Octopi Poker, $262,000 at the very top. 5th place, the next one to bow out, guaranteed $66,000 and change. We've lost, of course, Patrick Leonard in 6th place to start the day.
And if you're just tuning in now, you're going to want to watch that hand back that we witnessed right before we took our break.
Already got you running
Yeah,
scared.
Stevie Chidwick earned those chips.
That's a big hand, man.
They were not given to him.
Chidwick, we have seen it time and
That's
time
what
again.
Magic did with the-
Very good at
with the king.
earning those chips.
playing
Not
that.
necessarily the coolers or aces versus kings,
Kings have been good to
dynamics.
me
He
today. They've
just
also been
You
bad.
summoned one.
finds a way with
Right.
I
nothing.
didn't do anything. I was getting ready to leave. I didn't think it was coming.
Matthew Wantman, Bucky, as we refer to him as, he's been just hanging around steady. He's had a couple of gross spots.
You could be out of here if I just put in the chip with the call with the jacks.
I think he's still lamenting
Man.
over,
Just
A little salty.
over those.
There's been like 3
Pocket
times today where
jacks
I
he
could have been
folded.
out of here or I could have been chip leader.
Well, I mean, certainly by this point, Kempton knows that he folded the best hand when he had trip kings with the 8 kicker.
I would imagine so, yeah.
But you can't focus on the past. You just have to make the best decisions you can going forward.
And a lot of focus is on this guy, Yifu He. His first final table inside the PokerGO studio, and he has been quite a star. Coming after Chidwick time and time again, and look at this. Right on cue, ace-8 suited, the raise from Yifu, and Chidwick has got 2 jacks in the big blind. How to proceed?
Right, and you know, some players might want to shy away from getting tangled up with Chidwick, but not He. Just really hasn't been backing down. And just another spot where He actually had a very reasonable holding on the button to open with. Just wondering, is he the windshield or the bug today when it comes to the battle between him versus Stevie?
These two could just play an 8 million chip pot right now. Yeah. It would not surprise me. Sizable 3-bet from Chidwick with those 2 jacks out of the big blind. And He's thinking about it. Sometimes you feel like you're just getting abused by great players, and he's going to fold the ace-8 suited, and eventually he will know that that was a great fold. All smiles, though, as we can see, signaling to his fans on the side. Chidwick picks this one up. He's up to 4.6 million, closing in on 40% of the chips in play.
Taking a look at the U.S. Poker Open all-time winnings, of course. This man right here, Stephen Chidwick, top of that leaderboard, 3.5 million.
Winter and Peters right behind Chidwick. El Jefe in the mix. Seidel, who's been at a final table thus far.
I saw someone, I think you could like pay on YouTube. I don't really know because I don't chat very often on YouTube, but
yeah,
they paid to have their comment, I guess, be in bold letters or maybe larger than the normal font. But what he wanted was for Seidel to join us in comms. And you know what? Maybe one day Seidel will, but right now he's out there playing today's event.
Seidel is battling event number 5. We'll see if he finds some time to drop by and join us here in the booth. I would love to hear Seidel alongside the icon, Miss Maria Ho. I would, of course, take my headset off and give it right to Seidel. Kempton out of the way from the big blind, 10-5 suited, and what a surprise. Yifu He and Stephen Chidwick heads up in a pot again. Jack, Jack, 4. 6s out in front for Chidwick, who's playing it passive, just called out of the small blind, understandably so. Checks on over to the aggressor, who will also check behind. Turns the 9 ball, open-ended now for Yifu.
Yeah, definitely not a terrible run out so far for Chidwick's hand, but, you know, certainly thinking that this card can bring in a lot of these backdoor draws. You know, the king-queen will be in there, the queen-10, perhaps, you know, some ace-x of clubs, some king-x of clubs.
Both players again checking. I thought maybe Yifu would bet, but it doesn't matter. He does make a straight on the river with queen 10. As played, Chidwick
excuse me,
might think that Yifu is trying to get the showdown with a hand like ace high. Would he ever find a little blocker / value with the 6s? It looks to be the case. 175,000 is the bet.
Yeah, you can't really blame Chidwick for trying to squeeze out that little bit of value for what his hand is worth here, but you know,
700.
hearing it from He now just doesn't seem like a line that has too many bluffs.
700,000. That's the price. And already a great deal of history between these two players just at this final table alone. Time and time again battling. Chidwick, we saw the hand relinquished into the muck. And Yifu He will win this spot. He's up to nearly 3.9 million.
And you know, everybody else at the table, Brent, is just watching He and Chidwick battle it out, and they're like, yeah, keep going, you two. Like,
just a front row seat.
Right, like, we're okay if perhaps one of you wants to take out the other.
Octopi Poker. Stephen Chidwick wearing the patch right there on his shirt. A driving force behind that company. Doesn't matter your skill set, doesn't matter if you're new to the game or if you're experienced. The tools and tech built and provided by Octopi Poker are unmatched. Be sure to check that out. Yifu He is going to raise to $200,000. Excuse me, 200,000 chips. We'll call it dollars. Let's pretend this is a cash game.
Yeah, why not? Maybe that'll up the viewership.
Kempton.
200K pot.
He's going to get in his last 5 bigs with King Jack, and he is in rough shape.
Kings are hot.
On the ropes, the Nightcrawler. What a roller coaster of a day it's been for Kempton, and let's see if he can find that king. 6-3-3 does have clubs working. Turn. Deuce of diamonds.
Nice playing with you guys.
Here comes the handshakes.
Hey, it worked once.
Stevie, hey man.
I already shook your hand last time, but I'll do it again.
Masato, always a
Congrats, brother.
thank you, sir. Nice playing with you. Didn't work that time.
Does not summon the king.
Nice draw,
Isaac Kempton, backpack on, out of here. $66,000, 5th place.
6-3 heart.
4 now remain.
So sick.
With that pot, Yifu He reclaims the chip lead.
Too obvious. He's got to like pretend he's trying. He's actually just surrendered this one.
Always animated.
So he can keep using it.
Never know what's going to come out of his mouth, this
I'm very
Mr.
satisfied with
Kempton.
his post, but free rolling from now.
There you go.
Very satisfied with his post.
Free rolls always feel good.
Yeah. Seems like, yeah. Free roll.
Yokosawa, the beneficiary of that pay jump, is the shortest stack now.
Certainly benefited to the tune of $92,000. That is the next payout. A huge jump from 5th to 4th.
Yeah.
Yokosawa's going to go to work now as the short stack. Jack 10 off, trying to just pick this up and get one through, but he's back. Yifu He, ace queen in the big blind.
All in.
All in.
Tried to get away with a cheeky open there. Got punished.
JC in the chat says this run of hands for He is crazy. Yeah, he seems to pick up a lot of hands, but he's really just involved in a ton of pots regardless of the hands. Tournament summary. Everyone bought in for $10,000. 103 entries, 15 cash. First place, we touched on $262,000. Kempton 5th. And Pads, Patrick Leonard, bowed out in 6th place.
Does have the highest pre-flop raise percentage of the final tablists, 44%. Has not shied away.
Oh, it's a good start.
Peace.
I like it.
Okay.
Friendly.
I take it.
Limp, limp.
What's up?
985. Connects.
$150.
I'm so satisfied.
Yeah, I got a pair.
You got a pair. It's good.
Yeah. And the straight jaw.
Ah, so good. Oh, I was ahead on the pre-flop.
Prefab or maybe I call.
Ah, nice checking then.
Maybe, I don't know.
And we play on. Bucky, ace-7 off. He's been awfully quiet. It's Matthew Wantman.
Hello.
Hello.
Folds around to the short stack. Masato Yokosawa. Japanese content wizard.
Why, but I fold.
And he's out. I don't blame him. You know, give Chidwick the walks. He's going to beat you anyway.
Right. If not outplay you, he's just going to run better.
Yeah, just lessen your losses.
I should be call?
No.
Has Chidwick been hitting the gym, by the way? He looks like he's starting to get a little yoked up.
Maybe next time.
Yeah.
I feel like he's always been
Thank
in
you.
decently good shape, but you're thinking he's like
he's always
building
been
muscle.
skinny and I don't know if fit's the right word, but now he looks like he's.
You think it's bulking season?
I
for
think
him.
it's bulking season. I'm
Okay.
seeing the veiny forearms. You know, he's got a little girth. The handlebar mustache, of course, that helps to make him look even more intimidating. But yeah, I think he's hitting the gym. I just
What
thought
do
you would know.
like playing more something like this?
I
or
mean,
the
I know
World
that Stevie's always, you know,
I
been fit
play
in the
everything,
sense of
like
he's been in good shape.
But which
He
you
does a lot
prefer?
of climbing,
If you had to pick one,
right? So that's going to
the
build the
WSOP.
upper body, the
For the
pectorals,
bracelet
I have no
and
braces.
fields, huge fields.
the shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, I like small field like this.
Yeah.
And I like small.
It's comfortable playing here. Right?
Yeah, like
Trying
10K,
not to step on them at the
15K with
moment,
like
but
100
I
players. I
need
love
to
it.
come
The
back to
best,
this
but,
climbing.
Like for the content, WSOP is way, way better.
Yeah.
Are you telling me Chidwick climbs mountains?
Like physical, actual,
have bracelet?
literal mountains? Yeah, probably. I mean, he goes to
So,
climbing
wow.
gyms. He probably
After
does
I
some
got
outdoor
a
climbing.
bracelet, maybe I like this more.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I have no bracelets.
I was
so-
very hungry
Why,
for a bit.
why do
yeah,
you
yeah,
seem
yeah.
so?
Yeah.
It took me a long time to get one.
He climbs
Surprised.
buildings?
So, yeah, I like smaller
I
field.
Yeah.
I feel like he
Like
probably
Spider-Man?
could.
What
You
is-
get
He's a
field.
superhero.
Probably.
Like this is the most fun.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
It's like
true.
the final table
Yeah.
on like
For sure.
I'm
last
assuming you've
couple
never been
tables,
rock climbing before.
short-handed.
Yeah, field is way tougher, but it's still fun.
No,
Yeah.
of course I've never been rock.
Structure is
No,
good. Like
Yeah.
30, 40 bigs. Good gamble.
I don't
Play
have
a
the
long day, then you're deep,
physique.
Yeah.
but it's not too short.
Check
You
5-4.
have a
Yeah,
day, you know?
yeah.
It's kind of perfect.
Bucky. That collide.
Yeah,
Blind on
perfect
blind.
structure, perfect size of the field. Good buy-in, like 10K, 15K. Very comfortable, yeah.
Very comfortable, yeah.
Check, check. 10 of clubs on the turn.
My best
See if Bucky wants to take a little
tournament is,
initiative with
25K hits.
his gut shot, 7 high.
I like,
First one, right?
Yeah, I like the best.
Yeah. That's a small field.
Yeah, small field. Big buy-in.
Do you play any mixed games?
No, I mean,
No?
I can play, but I
That's
don't
a way to play smaller fields if you want to win a bracelet.
No,
Play like some 10K Raz or something.
no. The biggest reason is it's not good for the content. Nobody can understand.
I hear mix is growing a lot in Japan though.
Yeah, yeah.
You have a couple of players who've done well.
Yeah, but
Small
very,
pot
still
for
very
Bucky.
small.
Yeah.
Nobody play yet. which game do you like the best?
Out of Massachusetts.
I like PLO.
Tennis,
Oh,
cooking.
like
Did
PLO,
not know
okay.
he was
It's a really
a cook.
complicated game.
3 PGT titles.
Play a lot of
He's
big
going to have
pots.
more than
Yeah, I
8
can
million
get
in
used to
live
seven
tournament
Weird
winnings
situations.
after this event today.
Yeah, it's a fun game.
Yeah, I like draw game a lot.
Draw games are fun.
More gamble. Hello.
Big fan of Bucky, Maria.
Yeah.
Rolls around with Shulman, you know. Cool guy, to say the least.
You think? Do you think he was
Let me see.
super cool pre-affiliation with the King
Okay.
of Cool, Shulman, or
I think
you
so.
think it's rubbing off?
And here comes
good.
Masato Tournament Life. He's up against
Yeah, good.
the 9-3 suited.
Fair fight.
Masato had to get it in there with ace-jack, blind versus blind. Was delighted to see his holdings.
Deuce 5-8.
Yifu
okay.
is live.
Take it.
Nearly 40% of the time, that 9-3 suited just
How many
wins.
One club.
One club, huh?
Yeah.
Here we go. King
pretty close.
8-6.
Yeah, pretty
So
close.
far, so good.
No.
Okay.
That's a
10
bit
club.
much.
Deuce club, okay. A 10 of club, yes.
Three
Club.
of diamond.
I don't take it.
3 of diamonds. Somebody just summoned that card.
Yeah.
May have been Chidwick. Yifu now out in front, and Masato's going to need an ace or a jack on the river, or his day is done.
Good game, guys.
Good
It's
game.
the 8 of clubs
GG.
and the YouTube superstar, Masato Yokosawa, representing Japan. He is out the door, $92,000 and change.
See you next time.
Worldwide, Yokosawa. We'll see him next time, perhaps here at the U.S. Poker Open. Another
but-
final table.
I mean, the way he said goodbye to the camera made it sound like he's not planning to play any of the other events we have going on this
I called it
series.
for you.
Oh, did he book a flight?
I don't know.
He's out of here. 3 remain. Yifu on top, 5.6 million. Chidwick, so dangerous. He's there in the mix, of course. And Bucky, he's been steadily and peacefully grinding, guaranteed a podium finish. And we are guaranteed one heck of a show. Who will take home event number 4, that Golden Eagle trophy? Chidwick's going to get a walk, start things off. And I would imagine,
winner.
Maria,
Better than
Chidwick,
me.
his
Only get my money
experience,
back.
his expertise, when you get shorthanded
Just 5
this
deuce.
type of environment, would you say he's the favorite to win despite not having the chip lead?
I would, especially considering, you know, these stacks have a lot of playability, certainly not too shallow. And so, of course, with kind of better structures or, you know, deeper stacks, that skill level and that edge for Stevie is going to increase.
We will see if that is the case.
200.
Yifu.
And listen, that's no disrespect to the other 2 players, because I think even they would say that
Of course.
Chidwick is the best player, the most well-studied player, not just at this final table, but 99.9% of any final table he finds himself at.
I would agree, and I think they would agree as well. Heads up now.
Check.
Bunch of napkins for everybody, including the flop, 8-8-3, nobody home. The best hand happens to be 9 high. We'll bet. Does Bucky want to scrap?
Yeah, so far, he's just kind of been staying out of people's way, just looking for a good spot for him to start building some momentum here at this final table.
So far, that momentum
Dragon or lion?
for a lot of the day has been Yifu.
How to see this in English? I don't know. Sorry. Pisho.
I also doesn't know.
Pisho.
You sure?
Pisho means for lucky.
Okay. It looks like the ones that are outside the aria, you know? There's 2 big statues of...
Oh, yes.
It's
Same thing.
Same thing?
Yes.
unclear what the discussion's about. I believe there's a little lucky charm of sorts on top of Yifu's stack.
Looks like it's made out of jade.
225.
There it is. Pichu. Chidwick's got the goods. Ace-Jack on the button. Big hand, three-handed. Bucky's got a problem. He's got a little ace dust under the hood. Contemplating a 3-bet, and he will do just that. 675,000. I don't imagine he's going to get this thing through Chidwick. Let's see.
Yeah, can't blame Wantman for choosing this combo to 3-bet with. Just bad timing here. Just going to be able to fold quickly, move on to the next.
That's frustrating for Bucky. Just trying to make a play, thinking ace-deuce could be good. 3-bet, we get a lot of folds. The Dikembe, though, from Chidwick. No, no. All-time money list. Yeah, that guy's on it. Chidwick. He's third behind Justin Bonomo and Bryn Kenny. Best players in the world. You're looking at them. Dan Smith in there. The Milkman, Mikita Bazakuski, Jason Kuhn, Daniel Negreanu, the Conquistador, Adrian Mateos, Ike Haxton, and of course, the German wonder kid, Fedor Holtz, still inside the top 10. Fedor doesn't play a ton, right?
Poker. Yeah, he plays some Tritons, and you know, we saw him out at WSOP Paradise, and he'll come out for, I believe, you know, some of the events during WSOP.
But the volume not
Vegas,
nearly as significant as it once was for Fedor. Meanwhile, these two who have been exchanging lefts and rights all day long, getting tangled up once more. Blind versus blind. Chidwick. He's flopped himself a flush draw. But Yifu has got top pair. This was a limped pot pre.
Yeah, going for a little sneaky check there. Feeling like, you know, Stevie seems like a bluffer. Why not let him bet for me?
I already checked.
Yifu does check quickly, and I like this a lot out of Yifu. Limping in with ace-X rather than raising. I would say slightly under rep. Chidwick now deciding, do I just knuckle the flush draw or try and bluff and get a 9 or a 5 to fold if he does not believe that Yifu has an ace? Does check back, and it's the 8 of spades on the river. Ace-7 remains the best hand. We'll check once more. Stevie says, I got king high. Maybe that wins.
Yeah, I'd like to think that maybe if Stevie had something, you know, worse than king high, a worse flush draw, he might have gone for it, and, you know, He would have been able to extract a little bit more value, but just a little too much showdown value, even though he missed his draw there.
And that, of course, is the great Maria He. In the booth here with me today. We miss Jeff Platt. He is celebrating Passover, he and the family.
Yeah,
he'll be back Monday.
The holiday, taking the day off. Well earned, well earned. And now, you know, you and I. Is this the first time that the two of us, just the two of us,
is
been
it?
in the
Maybe.
booth
It has to be, probably, because I'm not a play-by-play guy, so that would only make sense.
You know, I'm enjoying it more than I thought I would, Brent.
Isn't that nice? Will you tell Jeff you actually enjoyed this more than when the three of us are in the booth? Just, you can lie to him.
I was going to say,
do me a
want
favor.
Me to lie to him?
Yeah, do me a solid on that one. Let him know that next time maybe Jeff should observe another holiday or, you know.
Yeah, take a couple days
take
off,
a day
Jeff.
off.
You work too hard anyways.
We miss Jeff. He'll be back on Monday. Everybody has a day off on Sunday. Small pot between Bucky and Yifu, and it will remain that way.
You know, despite having played with He a couple of times, you know, I don't remember when we played that we saw too many of his hands go to showdown, but I have to say, you know, he's really been able to hold himself well today so far against one of the best, and just has not been shying away from getting into pots against Stevie. You know, certainly trying to maneuver in a way where he can close this out as the chip leader currently.
Chidwick, 225 on the button. Yifu, he's in. Jack 6 suited. It comes 6, 9, 10. Both players connecting, but Chidwick, he's going to hit it a little harder. Pair of 9s out in front.
Interesting turn card for He now. Flush draw and a straight draw possible.
Interesting indeed, as Chidwick also acquires a straight draw with his queen 9. Chidwick feels the 9 is good, and he's got outs even when called, enough to get to a showdown, and this river, oh so important for both. It is the 3 of spades, and the flush comes home to roost. What does He want to do? Do we lead right out, or try and check once more? And he is going to lead right out. Bumblebees, Lavender, 350,000.
Chidwick, no spades in his hand. You know, certainly considering that He could have turned a backdoor flush draw. Flop did go check, check, so certainly a lot of different hands that he could show up.
How about the sizing, too?
Yeah,
very small.
Very, very small.
Just begging for a call. Could it also be with the intention of inducing action? Is he trying to lure Chidwick into wanting to raise based on the sizing?
Stevie just with the fold, does not even pay it off. Ooh, close, Jack.
Strong hand. Very strong hand.
Some separation now. Yifu He. He's got half the chips in play. Yifu just going to limp in with king 9 suited. Chidwick thinking about shooting it up with queen 6 off. However, elects to just knuckle.
Yeah, it does seem like he wants to take a little bit more of a passive approach when he's out of position against Chidwick, especially 3-handed now. You know, he's expecting that it might get folded to him in the blinds a lot, and he's going to be in this spot really often, playing against such a tough opponent that's in position against him.
125.
Backdoor diamonds, couple of overcards for Yifu. Will bet 125,000. Chidwick, however, top pair. He will call. Turn is the king of clubs. Now top pair belonging to He. Chidwick has a puppy paw. And quickly now betting 250,000 on over to Chidwick with that pair of sixes and that club.
Doesn't feel like a really easy spot for someone to barrel twice without a decent holding on such a connected board. Chidwick still going to continue with that 6 of clubs.
Oh my, 9 of clubs, top 2 for Yifu. And a little baby flush, however, completed for Chidwick. $1 million out there.
You know, might He just want to go into check call mode on this run out because perhaps he could get something like a 7x or an 8x or a 3x to bluff when it goes 4 flush.
Instead, he's going to throw out a little blocker bet. 250 more, exact same sizing from the turn, and Chidwick just says, okay, I've got a club.
Club is good.
River. Lucky river.
I can't believe. That's it.
Thank you.
5.3 million now for Chidwick. And that's a great little segue into this guy. Chidwick raises, now it's your move. You can drill, train all the spots from every single PGT final table, including today's. This very final table will be available over on OccupyPoker.ai as early as tomorrow. You can watch the footage, go through every single hand, see what players did right, wrong, figure out how to maximize and optimize your own game. And by the way, the cost right now is as cheap as it will ever be. The cost will be going up in just a couple of weeks, so get in there right now over at Occupy Poker. And it doesn't even matter if you're a beginning player or an expert. And Bucky wakes up with aces against Chidwick. Blind versus blind.
Well, if he was waiting for a good spot, there's no better one than this. Just tried to be patient all final table. Is he going to get rewarded?
Let's find out. Chidwick, a huge dog. Can he find a way? King ace 6, and that is
it's going to be tough.
All Bucky.
There's no path.
Going to need the running kings for Chidwick to make quads.
I'm trying to think of a way, but
it's not going to happen.
No.
Ace is full for Matthew Wantman.
Nice hand. Thank you.
He's going to double up to nearly 2.8 million, and he's all of a sudden healthy. And he takes a little chunk out of Chidwick.
You think that's going to be enough for him to forget about the jacks hand?
I think so. Maybe not. Though.
Maybe not. Maybe he's going to run that spot back on Occupy later.
I certainly would, but I would imagine that he probably just made the right fold.
Yeah.
Considering all things. If you missed it, a huge hand earlier. Bucky, Chidwick involved, Masato Yokosawa involved, and Isaac Kempton, where Bucky had to fold pocket jacks pre. But had he called, he would have eliminated 2 players and easily would have acquired the chip lead. Payouts presented by Occupy Poker. Everybody guaranteed 6 figures, 118,000 for whomever finishes in third, and then onward up. 170 for second, just about, and 262,000 for first. Chidwick, 250 on the button. He's got king 10. Bucky wired sixes. This hand does not play great post flop, and he says, you know what, let's just rip it right here. He'll be very happy to just take it down pre, and we'll do just that, chipping on up to now $3.2 million.
Did you know that one of Bucky's hobbies is cooking? This man wants to open a restaurant someday.
I saw that, and I was pretty shocked. He never struck me as the cooking type.
You know, maybe he should follow the footsteps of another poker player who went on a cooking competition before Mr. David Williams on MasterChef.
How did David Williams fare on MasterChef?
I believe he got second.
So he had a
quite
really good chance to win that thing.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought you were also referencing, speaking of cooking, was
who am I missing?
a thorn in your side is how I'll present this, because apologies, I forget the year. You were heads up for a bracelet against Alan Barry, who denied you that day. I think it was a 5K
yeah, Brent,
buy-in.
listen, I don't want to hear it. You were on the rail in the stands cheering for Alan Barry. So
now this was before our time, and I was, of course, Team Jason Mercier alongside Alan Barry. I didn't have a choice, just so you are aware.
Zach, let's get Brent out of here. I could do this by myself.
And looks like I'll be leaving. Anyway, Maria, have a great show. And Alan Barry does have a couple of restaurants called the Hudson Table out there on the East Coast. And I just got a text.
Let's not plug Alan Barry's restaurants. He doesn't get to beat me heads up for a bracelet and have you plugging his restaurants.
Now, I did just get a text. He said, Maria, for you, I'll give you 20% off. So look at that. You can head on over to his restaurant. And
I'd rather starve.
Yeah. Oh, there we are. Yeah.
Yep.
You're right,
No,
though.
I know who was for me that day and who was against me, Brent. And thank you for reminding me of that.
I had no choice. No choice, Maria. Of course. I would have been booted from the stable.
Like you're being booted right now.
Like I'm being booted from the booth, yeah. You should have won, though. You deserved it. Alan didn't deserve to win a bracelet.
But I will say what I do appreciate about Alan is that he had said, if I win a bracelet, I'm out. If I win this tournament, I'm out.
And he retired.
True to his word.
He quit.
He retired.
He quit.
You know what? I'm going to take that as a compliment that I was such a tough opponent that I made Alan want to retire, even though he beat me.
Damn right.
That's the way I'm going to look at it.
9 high. All the draws missed for both players is the bet. Chidwick considering calling with just queen high.
We know what happened last time when both players didn't have much. This time, Huh's going to get away with one.
Nice little bluff for Huh. 6.1 million. Take a look at the leaderboard. Overall for the PGT, Kristen Foxen, what a year she is having. She is on top. Chino Ream right behind her. Big Vegas, Eric Blair in third. Joey Weissman in fourth. The one that stands out to me the most, the guy in fifth, Nick Schulman. 14 cashes, so he leads the way with cashes and 0 wins, but he maintains that top 5 position on the leaderboard. All the players who finish in the top 40 will qualify for the PGT Championship at the end of the year. That's $1 million free roll.
You know, that really just begs the age-old question. Are we doing it for the money or are we doing it for the dubs, right?
Yeah, it's a great point. Levels go up. Going to play 75, 125. This is my least favorite level ever. You know, Maria, they added this level. You know what the next one is?
I'm going to go 75, 150?
Yeah, it's going to go 75, 150. So, they just...
Thanks to the commish,
The commish said, you know what, let's just give them this little bonus level.
Good
rather
old
than making the jump. Yeah. Bucky. He is going to pounce on the Chidwick limp with just Jack-6 offsuit, and it looks as though the timing is perfect as he's got the best hand. Chidwick has to toss Doyle into the muck.
I miss Doyle.
So do I. Man, lost a good one. Wantman, 3.3 million. He's maintaining that chip stack, and as you can see up there, he and Chidwick are essentially neck and neck for second place.
A little limp here from Wantman.
Raise.
Huh. I like it.
Well, rinse, wash, repeat. Wantman limps in, and now Ha's going to pounce with King Deuce and win the pot. Everything I've observed today, Ha's got game.
Yeah, that's what.
He's got game. Yeah. 61 years old. Now resides in Las Vegas. Retired businessman. Plays a ton of poker. Our bios are informing us that this is his second PGT final table. I was under the impression that it was his first, but he is seeking his first title. And this will, of course, be his largest PGT score no matter what. So all three players are guaranteed $118,000 right now. And it's also worth noting that Yifu cashed in event number 1 as well as event number 3. A win here today would shoot him to the top of the U.S. Poker Open leaderboard at the midway point of the series. So he will all of a sudden be the favorite to take home the title if he can win here today.
Yeah, real contender. I'm just glad that, you know, even without Jeff here with his multitude of spreadsheets, that we've still got someone in here that can at least give us some of these.
That's all I've got
that
as far as the stats department is concerned. I have nothing else to provide.
You know, maybe we can do this without him.
I'm telling you, I think we've got something going in here. I need to just work on my play-by-play a little bit more, you know, the intros, the outros, all that stuff. That's hard. I don't know how Jeff does it.
And I just have to decide if I can forgive you for being on Alan Berry's rail or not before we get to work together again.
It's been, what year was that? That was like
2011.
2011, okay. So
of course I'm going to remember what year it was.
Yeah, you will. But, you know, I think there's a 10-year rule in place. So, like, once you get past 10 years, all is forgiven.
I like to hold a grudge.
Well, that's on you. I think you got the last laugh. You know, Alan, you've seen all these cooking shows, right? Like The Bear, all these restaurant shows. It's not an enjoyable trade. And here you are still living the life. You get to play whatever you want to play, be in the booth, whatever you want to. You're going to be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, Alan will always be known as Angry Alan.
That's true.
So
that's how I'll remember him.
Right.
That's for sure.
So will everyone. Yifu, King 10 on the button, 250 to go. Chidwick, ace-jack off from the small blind. He's got about 28 big blinds or so. look at this. Low variance approach. Does not 3-bet, does not move all in. He just says, call, out of position. Let's play post against the chip leader. And Chidwick does flop top. Jack 7 deuce. At the moment, a huge favorite. 750,000 chips out there.
Check.
Goes check. Turn. There's a 9 ball. What a ticket this is, Maria.
Yeah, very interesting double gutter here for He. And we have noticed that He actually has not been c-betting at a very high frequency in position when he's the pre-flop aggressor. He has been checking back a lot of spots where I think some players would have continued to put in that bet, but you know, maybe just a nod to Stevie and the person and opponent that he's up against.
Stevie will size up. He goes 450,000 with top pair, and He's got certainly a hand that I can't imagine he would fold.
Yeah, I got an overcard to the board as well, and you know, I do see why Chidwick decides to pick this sizing. Certainly can have a lot of semi-bluffs here, and I would assume if those draws all brick, Chidwick is going to go for another big size on the river.
And those draws do brick. 3 of spades now on the river. Let's watch and see and learn from the great Stephen Chidwick.
Listen, he knows that He is kind of waiting in the wings, just dying to catch him, bluffing once. You know, we see that He doesn't really have that strong of a hand, not a great bluff catcher, but would he be curious?
I'm also wondering if he would set the trap. Could he ever check this hand knowing that a plethora of draws have missed and that He seemed a little potentially draw heavy? Would he open the door and allow He to try and bluff at this? Being very deliberate, taking his time on the river is Chidwick. Believe he's used the time extension. Now he is reaching. 1.2 million, sizable.
Yeah, just so many draws miss here. 10x, 8x, diamonds.
And also the war between these two.
Right.
It is He once again questioning if King High can be good.
The history has been established between the two of these players. But again, I think just a little too low down in his range to try to bluff catch here. Perhaps if he had ace high, it would have been a little different.
Yeah, I think you're right. Chidwick up to 4.5, 35 bigs. Inching closer and closer to that chip lead. U.S. Poker Open all-time titles. Chidwick and David Peters deadlocked at 5 apiece. Sean Winter has 4, and then there's a 5-way tie at 2. So clearly, if Chidwick can get it done, he'll be on top of the all-time titles leaderboard here at the U.S. Poker Open.
Yeah, all those names up there, just about what you would expect. Regulars here in the studio. Always manages to put up good results.
Check. Check. Check.
Bucky just limped in pre with the small blind. He clearly had plans to limp re-raise all in if He went nuts. Instead, it's a check on the flop for both. A check again on the turn for Bucky. As well as He to the river. Another 3. Bucky fills up. He just 10 high.
Check. $350.
Goes for almost pot size bet here.
And this has really worked out for Bucky, right? He finally induced to bet on the river with nothing. And I don't really know. What is Bucky thinking about? He's not thinking about fold, right? Now, there it is. He does make the call. Sees the bluff. And Bucky will collect the pot. Very well disguised and under-repped hand.
Okay.
He's now up to 3.5 million. And this is about as tight as it gets. Wide open for who can bring home the title.
Yeah, still a lot of play left in these stacks. But there has been no shortage of action today.
And you know what? To be completely honest with you, I believe that the reason this final table has been so outstanding and jam-packed, full of action, because Jeff left. He's been a little bit of a mush.
Right. I could see that. Well, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there. I'm not afraid of jinxing us. You might actually get home in time for dinner tonight.
Well, let's not get carried away, but I certainly would love that.
Call.
Now, is your flight this evening?
It is indeed. I do have my carry-on right
Saw
behind
that.
you.
What time is the flight?
No, I don't think I should say, because if I do, that might really jinx
That's
us.
the ultimate jinx?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I think that I booked my flight for an appropriate time where if it ran long, I would still most likely be able to make it.
So you're okay.
Longer than
You're not
expected.
worried.
No.
All right. Another limp spot. Gut shot for her. Bottom pair for Chidwick.
125. Call.
Check call. 4 ball on the turn. Nobody with a spade. And as we watch this smallish pot continue to unravel, as Chidwick will win with a pair of 3s, unless, of course, He bluffs at it with just 10 high, which he may elect to do. I'm going to pull up some updates for event number 5 that is happening inside the studio and give you guys an update, which you can find over at pgt.com/live reporting. Current chip leader, Chino Ream.
All right.
Yeah.
And he's what, 5th or 7th in the leaderboard?
He's right. Yeah, he's knocking on the door, as well as some of these guys in the field. As you see the all-time podiums, top 3 finishes. Chidwick well out in front there. He's got 12. Winter, Peters, of course, in the mix. Negreanu in the mix. All the legends. And if you want to be a legend and play online poker at the U.S. Poker Open, head on over to Global Poker. They have got a huge series running all the way through April 20th. There's a $5,000 prize as well. You can win a trip, a package to come to Las Vegas. And that series, by the way, has a variety of tournaments. Mystery, progressive bounties, turbos, deep stacks, you name it. Everything running over at Global Poker. Ike Haxton, also in event number 5.
Yep, saw him walking in earlier today.
Event number 4, the USPO. Can Chidwick find a way? The all-time greatest here at the U.S. Poker Open, without a doubt. He won this very series back in 2018.
300.
He's coming for the chip lead right here, this pot. There it is. He will pick it up. And he is now on top.
It's very small, but it's
right around 5 million in chips. 40% of the chips in play.
Players and dealers in today's event, last hand of the level. Players break time, cards back in game 15. Excuse me, 20 minutes.
You might need to be an eagle to spot that one.
Take a look back. Event number 1, that was won by Kristen Foxen. Put on a clinic. Absolutely decimated the field. And yes, there we are. Uruse. First title ever in his career. And of course it was Michael Rosito, also his first title here at the PGT inside the studio.
Yeah, could this trend of first-time winners continue today with He?
And they kind of crossed straight.
Yeah.
I think maybe you've just identified the pattern.
Yeah,
do we
could
already
it
know
be?
who's going to win?
Oh, yeah.
I think I just called it.
Stopped the three-peat.
The year of the eagle. Though no, it's actually the year of the snake, right? I'm a snake.
Oh.
36 this year.
I'm a boar in the Chinese zodiac. Is that cute?
A boar, like from the
Snakes
Lion
and
King?
eagles kind of go together, right?
Like a
Yeah,
Pumbaa?
kind of. Yeah,
Is it
I feel like they
Pumbaa?
My wife is a snake.
Huh. There's a road to that championship that we've touched on. The top 40 will be eligible for that $1 million championship. It's a season-long leaderboard. Starting stacks based on the leadership position or the leaderboard position. And you can win a seat. Yeah, if you're watching. PGT.com/dreamseat. Somebody will participate in the PGT championship just for going to that URL and typing it in. That's a
Could
slogan.
not make it easier for all of you out there, right?
It's crazy. I mean, just giving away a seat. You know, I think it was in 2023. Arden Cho was
my girl.
a qualifier. Yes, your good friend Arden Cho was a qualifier for the PGT Championship. She damn near won the thing. Finished heads up to Schmilko.
I was so gutted. I was getting updates. Our mutual friend Rampage was
1.1
on the rail, and I remember him texting me and telling me, "We will take a pause for this hand that is in progress. I will go back to my story after." but remind me to finish. It was a fun one.
I'm going to remind you right
All
now.
right.
Go ahead and continue. That hand's going nowhere. Will not make the highlight reel. Chidwick going to 3-bet, take it down. He's up to 5.3. Carry on, Maria.
So I was telling Rampage to send me some live updates because he was here in person and I was in LA. And Rampage trolls me a lot. So at one point, I remember him saying like, oh, she has like a huge chip lead. And then 20 minutes later, he was like, she finished second with a sad face. And I thought for sure that she had won. And he was just trolling me. Good thing I like triple checked. I was like, okay, swear on something that you're not lying, because I was about to text Arden and be like, oh my gosh, she won. Because I thought he was trolling. Because she had a huge chip lead at one point against him.
Yeah, she
right?
did. She played sick.
She was an
too.
animal.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But no, it wasn't a troll. But, you know.
Still an unbelievable run for
an incredible run. Yeah.
Non-top 40 player in the field. Obviously does not play many of our PGT events, although she did fire throughout the course of 2024. Was a guest.
Yeah.
And won it. Nearly won it. Won a bunch of money. What was it? $250,000?
I think so.
Is that how much she won?
Yeah.
Chidwick, 375. Bucky, King 8 suited out of the big blind. He's going to come along for the ride. Heads up. Queen 10 for all clubs, and Bucky has flopped a king high flush while Chidwick has top pair with a club in his hand, and Chidwick has got problems. Dream scenario at the moment for Matthew Wantman. Defensive check from Chidwick. Despite having top pair, he's going to knuckle it on over wisely to Bucky. How much does Bucky want to bet to build this thing?
250.
He says 250.
Chidwick deliberating, certainly not thinking about folding, of course.
10 seconds.
I would imagine it's pretty much call and only call in this spot. He will do just that. He's going to flick it in. Does not want to escalate this thing any further or build a pot with just top pair and the 3 of clubs in his hand. Turn.
Check.
Deuce of spades.
Good news for Wantman, because he wants more value, and you know, there's definitely some action killer turn cards, but the deuce of spades, not really one of them.
Chidwick now draws dead. 1.3 million and change out there.
$650.
Bucky's gonna wager 650,000, and Chidwick again now going to be sick. This is a crucial spot. And Maria, I can't imagine him getting away from top pair quite yet.
No, not at this juncture, but it does feel a little uncomfortable for Chidwick that Wantman has a hand that he's willing to barrel twice here on this texture against the pre-flop razor.
And he's got a club in his hand as well, you know, just in case. That club is worthless. We are going to go to the river, and there's 2.6 million in the middle, 8 of spades.
Check.
Really changes nothing. And now it's just a guessing game for Chidwick. He's going to check on over to Bucky once more.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Jack 9 gets there. Maybe Jack 9 with a club or something could have taken this line, but again, still really a tough spot for Chidwick when he faces this virtual all-in from Wantman. I'm assuming he...
Time extension.
He seems to have sized it perfectly. He's got 1.6 million behind, and there's 2.6 million in the pot. So I think you're right, Maria. Very likely an all-in coming. Just about. He's left one chip behind.
10 seconds.
How much?
1.5 million.
1.525.
And it's time to flip a coin if you're Chidwick. This is a brutal spot with top pair. Very polarizing as well. I don't think Bucky would ever do this with just one single pair.
Yep.
Let's pretend he's got a hand like Queen Jack. He's never going all in and betting all three streets with just one pair. And Chidwick calls.
Thank you. 1 point what?
1.525.
Massive blow to the British bald eagle. He's down to 20 big blinds and 2.5 million. And for the first time today, we have got a new chip leader, Matthew Wantman. Bucky rises to the top. He's got roughly 5.8 million. Leaderboard presented by Global Poker. There it is. Huge swing. Turn of events. Chidwick now fighting for his life to stay in and pick up a title here in event number 4.
Well, Wantman stayed patient all day and was able to just find an incredible spot to get a full double.
I think you nailed it again. His patience has been remarkable. Without a doubt, the most least active player at the table, as far as the VPIP and pre-flop raise are concerned. His numbers are very low, but I'm not sure he's really lost the pot that he's entered.
No, and sometimes that's just the way the final table goes, right? You've got a lot of active players out the gates early. You don't really seem to be getting, good card distribution on your side, but you start getting just a little bit of momentum. You win a few small pots, and then all of a sudden you get a full double, and you find yourself in pole position.
One more hand at this level.
Paul Campbell coming up. A little color up, I believe, for some of these chips in play. The clock continues to tick. I know that there's a level jump about to happen as well, and that's, of course, going to hurt Chidwick. Huss got king queen, and he's going to continue to just limp in blind versus blind. This time he does it with a very good hand. Chidwick's got a very bad one. The old trucker.
This might work out for Huh in the sense that Chidwick might be considering a raise here when it's been limped into him.
400?
And
wow, 400,000. You saw this one coming. The hand was so bad, he said, let me just raise and try and pick it up. He stepped right into the trap from Yifu He, and he's going to rip it home. Look at this. Close the door.
well, Huh had a plan, probably thinking I've been limping in close to 100%. Why not have a little balance here and have some limp shoves as well?
Absolutely love it. He's up to 5.2 million. Wantman and Ha have roughly 85% of the chips in play. Levels going up now, 75, 150. Chidwick, he drifts down to 15, 16 bigs. He's going to have to get it going to get back into this thing.
this hand qualifies for Chidwick to put all his chips in the middle. 13 big blinds.
1.975.
Just about every single one. Ace-5 suited. Nobody home for Wantman. Chidwick's going to pick up a small one. Well, resilience and experience, certainly strong suits for Chidwick. He's been here time and time again. Chip lead and then short stack, three-handed. Chaos inevitable in poker tournaments, especially when you get short-handed. Never easy to win a tournament.
I mean, if it were, everybody would do it. I mean, when's the last time you won a tournament?
17 years ago.
And you don't even have the bracelet to show for it.
I do not. No, I had it for almost a full month.
Do you have a photo with it, just like the winner's photo?
Yeah,
probably?
the photos exist. I'll always have my memories and photos.
So the whole pick or it didn't happen, you at least have photo proof. Okay.
I do. Yeah, I've got that. Regrettable mistakes on eBay.
You know, you had that like real bad craps problem back then. I get it.
Just gotta, find a quick buck.
You and TJ Cloutier.
Yeah. Couple of pretty hands colliding, and oh my goodness, what a flop. We've got action. Top two for Wantman. Combo draw. This was a raised pot pre. Wantman out of position with 10-9 of diamonds. Kicked it up to 450 million in the middle. The two biggest stacks inevitably will battle. 300,000 from Wantman.
A little quick peek back at the cards. Make sure, yup, two pair, top two, it's in there.
Can't fault him for that. Just make sure he's got the goods and he's reaching. He's going to put in a raise.
700.
400,000 more. He makes it a total of 700K.
So enticing.
Very small, yeah, and for Bucky. Never folding. Look at the price being laid. He's getting 5-1 on his money with a huge draw. Does make the call. Now, 2.5 million in the middle. King of spades on the turn. The nuts for Ha. And Bucky now. Maybe we can get away, Maria?
Well, yes, but I'm thinking, if I were in Hu's shoes, granted he is barefoot, but, if I were, if he had his shoes on, you would think that maybe he feels like he has so much board coverage here. It's like, wow, I block some good Queen X hands. I obviously block trips. Like, don't I maybe sometimes want to find a check here? Maybe.
You want him to trap a little bit here, huh?
Draw my opponent in.
Does not trap. Instead, he bets 600K. Again, very small sizing, and again, giving Bucky roughly 5-1 odds to go ahead and make this call. If you're going to bet, this might be perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely like a small sizing.
Wow. I'll tell you what, that That's a fantastic fold for Matthew Wantman. Did not really consider it. Thought there was a chance he was stone dead, and he was. He could have lost a ton more chips, depending on what that river card would have been. Wantman gets away. Chip lead. He's up to $6.5 million. Retired businessman out of California. His 4th career final table. His 2nd PGT final table. His 3rd cash here at the U.S. Poker Open. Of course, seeking his first win. '24 was really the breakout year where He started to play a number of events. He was in the studio, blasting off. And finally now, he's made his mark. Guaranteed a top 3 finish. Blind versus blind, 475 to go for He with ace-4. Chidwick's got ace-deuce.
Yeah.
Chidwick's only got about 15 bigs to start this hand.
I am a little surprised that He decided against 15 bigs to not just put Chidwick all in with a hand like ace-4, you know, because now it feels like, was his plan to raise call off? Okay, well that makes me feel better.
They're all in, yeah.
Do I need the ace or the deuce?
Ace.
I need the deuce. Or just
chop it up.
Any board.
Both
Almost
players
chopped.
trying to pair their kickers.
Yeah.
A lot of chops.
60%.
You folded the deuce on the button, so.
Majority of the time, these two will
I
chop.
did fold a deuce on the
Yeah, I
button,
mean-
think. Pretty sure.
It was pretty obvious.
All that being said, it is Chidwick's tournament life on the line. If He can find a 4, Chidwick might be out the door.
Oh, is this a continuation of speaking in rhymes from yesterday? You said if you could find a 4, he's out the door?
Perhaps another relapse. Queen 6-5. Chop looking quite likely at the moment. Nobody connects with a pair. He does have bigger spades.
3 is a fun card.
Wow, we got some people actively rooting
And
against
here
Stevie in chat.
comes that spade draw, Maria. King of spades shows up.
Free roll.
And it is a free roll.
Oh.
It is
Nice playing.
the jack
Good luck.
of spades, eliminating Stephen Chidwick. He's going to bow out in 3rd place. We've lost him, the all-time winningest player here at the U.S. Poker Open. Right now, it all belongs to Yifu He.
What a run out.
Heads up
So sick. Spade, spade.
Yeah, I can't
on the
believe
horizon.
Wow.
it. It's lucky, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Pretty sick.
Well, we're going to get ready for Heads Up and take a quick break. Here's that leaderboard. Yifu He got about a 2-1 chip lead over Matthew Wantman, Bucky. We'll be right back. Stick around. Fascinating one to start the day. Wow. Wow. And another pretty one for Chidwick. 10-9 of diamonds. Never in the history of the game will he fold in this spot. Does raise 120,000 to go.
Patrick Leonard looking for a spot to put the rest of his chips in. with that 10 big blind stack or 10-ish.
You know that Chidwick's going to be aggressive. Is this ever a spot where we ever get it in pre, or we like just call?
I think you could go either way, really. I mean, you still do have fold equity off of your stack size.
Turns out a wise decision by just calling. He's flopped top pair, does Leonard. He's going to check it on over to Chidwick. He's got a gut shot. Backdoor diamonds working. 330 out there. Leonard only has 500K behind. 60,000. A little baby bet for the British bald eagle.
Yeah, just a board texture that really favors Chidwick's range, especially when Leonard doesn't shove pre-flop. Chidwick should have a lot of the nutted hands here. Doesn't really need to go too big on the sizing, and Leonard just happy to call and come along and under-rep his hand a little bit, hoping that Stevie will continue to fire.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe not when the queen comes on the turn, though.
The queen slides home on the turn for Chidwick. He's made a straight. Pads not exactly dead, but he's in a lot of trouble. Best he can do is chop. You can see the ratio. There's 450,000 chips in the middle, and Pads has 440,000 behind. Chidwick goes to work, puts 150K out there. Board does get a little bit wet. Backdoor clubs present themselves. 3 Broadway cards.
Yeah, and Chidwick is asking for a third of Leonard's remaining stack, so you wonder what he wants to do with this hand that does have some additional equity. You know, even if, let's say, he's beat right now by a better king or maybe some 2-pair hands, he does still have that straight draw to go with it, so he is willing to risk more of his stack to see another card.
And that other card is a 3 of hearts on the river. Assuming Chidwick puts the rest in, I think Leonard is about to be out the door. Battle of the Brits.
Yeah, it's especially unfortunate when Leonard does block ace-10 and 10-9 with his hand, and, you know, of course, top pair and top set and, you know, king-queen as well, and just all of these other hands that once we see Chidwick put the rest of his chips in, it does feel like Leonard's just getting too good of a price.
600.
You know, how many kind of ace-X type hands would Chidwick be bluffing with here? You know, blocking some of the really good top pair, second pair hands, plus, you know, straights as well.
But I'll tell you what, the fact that Leonard hasn't just snap called his remaining 290,000 chips, this is remarkable. He does not think that his hand is any good. And he's right.
I think I like that. Worse volume, maybe.
Trying to find some of the value that he beats. Hand like ace-3 of clubs. Perhaps that would have gotten there. You can't beat that anymore. 9-10 he's worried about.
Sorry, Masato, can I see a sec?
I think it's fair to say Pads does not suspect that Chidwick has very many bluffs here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is certainly just a really tough decision on the river, and Leonard, of course, asking to see Yokosawa's stack because he's trying to think about if he folds here, takes the small blind the next hand, you know, how many hands can he see before he's forced all in? You know, is there a chance that Yokosawa could bust before all of these factors playing into his mind and into his decision making?
That's amazing. This is how good this kid is. Anyone else going broke quickly?
02. 03.
He's thinking about folding and leaving himself less than 5 big blinds behind.
Same hand. like the 10 of clubs. I like the 10 of clubs. I like UK. Don't let it
We do hear him say, I like the 10 of clubs. You know, understanding, of course, it's a key card. Blocks a lot of value.
Oh, sorry, can you tell me when I have like, what?
He's got one time extension left.
Plus this.
Heads up here at the U.S. Poker Open event number 4 inside the PokerGO studio here at the Aria Resort and Casino. It's Matthew Wantman versus Yifu He. Maria Ho joining me alongside, well, myself, I suppose.
Just us two. Just the two
We're
of
alone,
us.
Maria, just you and I. No Jeff Platt.
Lock the doors.
Heads up record. How about that 1-0 for Yifu and Bucky? He's been there a number of times, 8-14. He's got a near 2-1 deficit to overcome. But I'll tell you what, it's the patience and poise of Matthew Wantman that has really surprised me the most. He just seems dialed in. This is what we're playing for. Payouts presented by Octopi Poker. Second place going to get about $170,000. First place, $262,000 and change. And what are your thoughts, Maria, about this heads-up battle between Ho and Wantman?
Well, I feel like we've both mentioned how we've been impressed by He's play today. You know, just the first time either of you have really been able to watch him in action. But we know that Bucky, of course, is one of those players that has really, you know, presented himself here inside the studio over the last couple years as a real contender every time he gets to a final table. And so, you know, we'll see. It's going to be a battle.
Two completely different styles of play, it seems. He's the wild card. Wantman, the ultimate grinder. Plays everything, every buy-in. Doesn't matter if it's a 600 or a 10K or even a 25K. Wantman's in there. Great start for him. He's got top pair with Queen 10. Open the action, raising it to 300,000, and now we'll continue. Wantman will just call with top pair. Turn, 7 of clubs. Gut shot, straight draw now acquired for Bucky will check it on over. Will check it right back to the river. It is a 5. One-liner to his straight presents itself. Action on Matthew Wantman.
Bucky deciding to check it over to He, you know, and maybe he made something of the fact that He went back and double-checked his cards.
Took a little peek, huh?
Yeah. Does feel like a natural bluff holding the 8 for He.
He is going to bet 700,000 with just jack high. He certainly knew if he checked behind, his jack high was no good. This is his only way to potentially win the pot. See if Wantman can see through it and pick it off. There is the call.
Check high.
Wantman gonna win a big one.
Yeah, right off the bat, just, you know, had that chip deficit coming in, but immediately going to put himself in a better position.
All business for Bucky. Both players relatively deep, about 50 bigs for and now Bucky. About 30, 35, 36 big blinds, so a ton of maneuverability for both of these players. Talk about that grind for Bucky. How about his 23rd PGT final table?
Dang. But when did he start playing inside the studio? When was his first event? It feels like he's done that in quite a short period of time.
Yeah,
right?
you're right. I mean, a little bit 2023, all of 2024, he was firing every single event. And, of course, now in 2025, he's become sort of a staple, a reg. Limped pot. Whole lot of nothing going on for everybody.
Check.
Not only, by the way, does Bucky play a great deal of no limit hold'em, but he's a heck of a PLO player as well.
Does he play any of the other mixed games, like during our mixed game series?
I don't think he messes with
Just
mixed.
strictly PLO and
Yeah.
hold'em.
I wouldn't know because I really don't watch the mix, but I'm just gonna guess. Great tournaments, so don't get me wrong. I'm just, usually quite busy
Right.
during those events.
I mean, you do have a wife, few
Yeah.
kids.
Yeah, a lot going on there.
You do, yeah.
Not watching the mixed stuff.
Oh, sorry. 150, right?
This isn't the only thing going on inside the PokerGO studio. We're going to swing it out. Check out event number 5. You can see Stephen Chidwick there. He took his seat. Back to the grind for him. Seidel in the mix. Michael Rosito, Shannon Shore. And how about this guy? Big Vegas, Eric Blair. If he can find a cash in event number 5, it will be his 5th straight cash of the series, which would tie a record with Roger Johnson, who did this very same thing last year in 2024. 5 events, working on 5 cashes for Eric Blair. Now, you and I go way back
right.
with Blizzy.
Yeah, Blizz Air, I remember playing against him online back in the day.
Yeah. All he does is golf and play poker and chill.
What a life.
And he's also a dad now. I don't know how he has time to golf and play poker. I'll tell you that much. I don't get it. He's doing something right. As is Bucky, picking up a couple of jacks on the button. A little trap. Just limps in with the hooks.
Hoping that this is just going to fare a little better in this spot than it did for him earlier.
And it comes ace, king, queen. Top pair for Huh. Bucky does have a gut shot. Of course, the jack would also be live. Goes check, check. 4 of clubs on the turn. Yifu. Check is king again. Pot relatively small.
Check.
River, 8 of spades. Yifu's king 7 is best. He's going to go for a little bit of value.
450.
450 bets pot.
Wow. Kind of a surprising sizing to take with this many draws completing. But is that going to be more suspicious to Wantman, just considering it is polarizing?
He's got great instincts, does Yifu. And let's see if Bucky can match. He does, just quickly into the muck. 7.5 for He. It's a little back and forth between these two. So far, pretty snug and even. Yifu trying to win his first title. Not just at the US Poker Open, but on the PokerGO Tour, whereas Bucky has 3 of those. He won an event in the 2024 rendition of the USPO. He won event number 5 for about $240,000.
Check.
Raised pot here. 850,000 out there. Both players go check, check. Bucky out in front with his ace-3. So pot control on display. Remaining under rep, checking that ace again.
Check.
As does He.
Yeah,
to
just
the
a
river.
bit of showdown value there with the king high.
You mentioned that showdown value. It seems as though Bucky probably wants to get a little value now on the river. Is that king high a qualifier to possibly look up Wantman?
Well, we know that He has actually, you know, found spots where he thinks high cards are worth calling with on the river, and, you know, certainly might be looking for an opportunity to catch somebody bluffing. Definitely thinking about it as he puts his cards back.
He is not the type that likes to fold. This much we know.
You know, He did raise and Bucky called pre. Certainly can have quite a few queen X there if you're Bucky. Some ace X. You know, there's going to be some of the weaker ace X's that Bucky's not going to want to 3-bet pre.
And Bucky also might even be thin enough and good enough, of course, to value bet a 10 if he had one. If he rivered some sort of 10. Good fold there by He. He was very much considering making a call. Bucky's turn now on the button. He's got ace-jack. He's been mixing in some calls with raises thus far early on in the heads-up match. This time does elect to raise, $350K to go. And in heads-up, you're defending with a lot of hands. A hand like King 5, we're certainly in there. And would you even consider maybe 3-betting from time to time, a hand like King Little?
I think it's definitely a hand you can mix with for sure. And they're definitely deep enough where, of course, you're going to want to have some 3-bet bluffs.
Jack 7-5, 2 clubs. Bucky's got top. He's got himself a pair of 5s and the king of clubs to go along with it. More action seems inevitable. Wantman, 350. There's the call. Big turn card coming. Deuce of clubs.
I mean,
Flush draw now acquired by Ha.
that is going to keep her interested in seeing one more street. So now it's up to Bucky.
I could see a world in which this could be a bet or a deceptive check back. And he will do that. He's going to knuckle it once more. His hand now is remarkably under-repped with that jack. It might give him the opportunity to get paid off on various cards on the river as we see the 10 of hearts slide in. As played, Ha might believe that that 5 is just good.
Yeah, and I think that just being willing to check out of position this river indicates that he's likely to have some of this weak showdown value, some 5x, perhaps some 7x.
1.2.
Sizable. 1.2 million into a pot of roughly 1.5. And I wonder, Maria, this large sizing, does this look rather suspicious from the perspective of Ha?
I mean, maybe. And again, we've just seen several other occasions where HUD has seemed really curious in these spots. You know, against bigger bets, he puts
does
it in.
call. He does call with just a pair of 5s. Masterfully executed by Matthew Wantman. He now has the chip lead up to 7.7 million.
So far, everything's coming up for Bucky.
I cannot recall anything close to a blemish or a single misstep by Bucky at this final table. It really has been smooth. Now remember, he made a huge fold early on with 2 jacks in a spot where I think many of us would agree that he should be folding there.
For the players and dealers in today's event, 2,000, 4,000. 244 XM.
Now being rewarded. He's got ace queen, does Wantman. How much?
6.
600,000.
Well, 4x here, and gets the king deuce
I was
to
ready.
I like this, Stu. He says, I was ready, and he showed him the ace-queen. Sort of builds a little bit of credibility.
Right, perhaps going to use that against later.
Street smarts on display from Bucky. Savvy. Will that work down the road to set up a bluff?
Although definitely shouldn't feel too panicked. You know, it does hurt to lose so much of your stack so quickly into heads-up play, but he still has 33 big blinds.
350.
Both players, plenty of chips. And you know, he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that's in panic mode or thinking it's over. You know, you got to double up right away. I think he's been there, done that. He's got enough experience. That's my assumption. But we'll see. Sometimes under the bright lights, heads up for a title. Minds have a tendency to get a little cuckoo. Top pair for Bucky. He's flopping well.
475.
475.
Bit more than half pot, 475 to go for Wantman. I don't know if Ha's ready to relinquish this hand. I sort of love it in a way. He could get extra aggro in this spot. Couple of overs, some backdoor draws.
Yeah,
he's just going to fold.
I don't think we've really seen that gear in Ha's game. You
Yeah.
know, like he goes for kind of the natural bluff spots, and he's also, of course, been aggressive when he's had good hands, but I don't know if we've seen a lot of kind of him maneuvering with some check raises on the flops with those types of hands that have potential.
That being said, do you need to make an adjustment in your game, especially when you sort of dwindle down, get shorthanded? Do you need to add that layer?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, it's always better to have more tools in your arsenal, but maybe Ha just doesn't feel that comfortable and hasn't really explored that part of the game. And of course, you know, we talk a lot about kind of, you know, how heads up is such a different beast than full ring or, you know, six-handed. And it's very difficult as an MTT player to get a lot of heads up experience until you make it heads up. So, you know, perhaps some of the adjustments that you do need to make kind of shorthanded, if you don't quite have the experience of going deep a lot, you know, you might kind of miss some of those things that you need to add into your game.
Can I also put it to you in this respect? We're talking about heads up right now for the title, but even if you're at a table that's 7 or 8 handed, how about every time you get in a heads up spot where it's button versus big blind and you're in the big blind, that type of texture where you can just be then right there, adding it to your arsenal, working on that part of your game, letting it then carry over for these types of encounters where you're chasing your first big title. Best hand in poker now for Bucky. Mallard's on the button. He's going to limp in. I don't blame him for setting the trap.
Right, deuces never loses.
There it is. Horrible bad beat.
Check.
Flops a pair of fives. The Mallards are drowning. Sad day for the Ducks.
Yeah, you know, I mean, despite being the best starting hand in poker, you know, even the best starting hand sometimes loses.
Ain't that the truth? I know a lot about losing. Bucky's still going to bet it. Throws out 150. Was just hoping to take it down here. But there are, of course, plenty of ducks on the pond. Oh, my goodness.
Check.
Your faith in the Mallards restored. Not that it ever wavered.
One of the greatest moments of my life as the deuce of diamonds hits the turn. A clean out. Impossible to detect these ducklings. The magnificent Mallards.
Yeah, they're just slightly swimming under the surface right now. They're skimming the pond. You can't see them. Only detected by sonar.
Let's see if the sonar of Ha can actually detect anything right here, right now. It cannot. He's going to call with that pair of fives. Remains sticky, but draws dead. 7 of clubs on the river.
Check.
$1.7 in the middle.
1.3.
1.3.
And again, sizes it up. Goes to 1.3 million. And this time, Ha gets away. Quick fold with a pair of fives.
Thank you.
Bucky now has 9 million in chips, 70% of those chips in play. He's starting to maybe pull away with this thing. Heard the voice of Paul Campbell as well, tournament director. Blinds are going up. A little bit more trouble for He.
Yeah, and to be fair to He, you know, he really hasn't been able to connect really well with the board, and for Bucky has just really flopped some big hands, turned some big hands.
He's been running hot, let's face it.
Good time to do it.
So with that level change, He now has roughly 20 bigs, a little less.
Calling.
And of course, Bucky picks up a good one. He's just going to rip it home. Max pressure.
Oh, sorry.
Calling.
Ace deuce now for Bucky on the button. He's just going to take it to Rip City.
Yeah, just continuing to.
Attempted to flash the ace while mucking. He was hoping that He saw that. I don't believe he did. Adding to that credibility for the times he wants to layer in a little bluff.
Yeah, and just really chipping away at He now. A couple big blinds at a time. Looking to close the door, but He still fighting for his chance at his first PGT win.
Anything can happen to him. You got 16 bigs. Wantman, the chip leader, has 48. You're a double up away from essentially being neck and neck. You're 2 hands away from winning the title.
All in.
All in.
I call.
Wow. A limp and a call. Perhaps a little bit impatient for He. Thought he was trapping. It's diamonds versus diamonds.
No
Bucky's ace high versus He's king high. This could be it.
I need an ace.
I need king. King's coming.
All smiles. He's feeling the king. There's tournament life on the line. King in the window. Smashes it.
Good start. Jack 10.
No. Holding. Yes.
8 of spades on the turn. Bucky, an ace and only an ace to win this tournament. Summoning Barry. Is it there? It is not. Another king.
Mamma mia.
Yeah.
Just like that. That's the start of a comeback. Even
I think this
Stevens,
is
pretty
a
much.
slight chip lead for up to about 6.8 million. Wantman slides down to 6.1. This is what we were talking about. Not the route I expected to travel, where you limp and just call it off with king 3 suited. However,
nice.
Got it done though.
No gamble, no future. Ball game. It's on. This is where we stand. Very tight. Both players. Yifu He, slight advantage. About $170,000 for second, about $262,000 for first. And it's our chip leader, Yifu He, seeking his first ever PGT title. See that small golden eagle on the table. The large one, as we were leaking in, that is what the player of the series will be awarded. 60 pounds of Golden Eagle Fury.
I mean, you're pretty proud of this trophy, right? Didn't you came up with it, didn't you? You had a hand in this, in the creation. Is it a Brent Hanks original?
A team effort, as far as that is concerned, I think. I don't think maybe I did. I don't know.
Did you, or didn't you?
I really don't remember. Maybe I did. Maybe it was the Golden
I kind of
Eagles.
vaguely remember you saying like that you're the only person around here with good ideas, and you're in charge of everything, and you know, everybody listens to you, and no?
Did I say that? Well, it's all true. I was up to 7 million. I don't think I came up with it. Maybe. I mean, the purple jacket with the Masters, I think that was all during the Sam Simmons era.
Yeah.
You remember the U.S. Poker Open when Chidwick won it back in 2018? It was a big globe.
Right.
And that got kind of boring, and then it was this, you know, let's figure out something else we want to do, and came up with the Eagles. We're going to do small Eagles for the prelims and a massive Eagle for the champion.
Cool.
Golden.
Golden.
Yeah.
It's got to be golden.
Real gold.
Wantman just going to shove here. About 30 bigs, effective with the small pocket pair.
A lot of all-ins thus far, heads up, being declared. Feels like it could be over any given moment, but these guys aren't exactly super shallow.
No, but, you know, He looks like he's willing to call it off a little bit on the lighter side.
If you're Bucky and you get called there, by the way, that hand that happened, the King 3 of diamonds, does that change what you're willing to just open rip?
Yeah, I think you might want to adjust your ranges a little bit now that you kind of have an idea of what He's willing to call off with.
And there's probably this sort of emotional sense attached to it as we see that He is now flop top pair, right? Bucky was chipping away, essentially at a 3-to-1 advantage. It seemed like He was getting frustrated, and then he limped in and just made his stand. So some of the emotions get involved. So I think Bucky has a very good awareness and understanding for that. When you know you've got your opponents emotionally on the ropes, despite theoretically the number of big blinds, we know that's really not the case, right? There's a big difference there.
Yeah, it's important to have your finger on the pulse of the game flow and dynamics.
Check. Check.
I would imagine maybe Bucky doesn't want to show down 4 high. Maybe he tries to bluff at this. We'll see. He did attempt it on the flop, gave up on the turn. Straight now presents itself.
650.
And he is going to do it. He says, you know what? Let's try it.
Call.
Call.
Instantly called by just a pair of queens. Oh, my.
Yeah, there was no thinking about that one. And maybe, you know, just like you said, that call off there with King 3 of diamonds just represented a shift in the way that He wants to approach this heads-up battle. Like, make it more high variance.
Yeah,
you know?
and he definitely a momentum feel kind of guy, too. It's, that hand that just happened, to just instantly call with a queen. No thought whatsoever. He was feeling it. Maybe he has a little read on Bucky as well. He just knew that queen was good. Gonna limp in again with queen 6. Bucky's got ace 7 suited.
All in.
All in.
All in. No way. Has not snap folded. Paused. Okay, now in the muck. I mean, if he called with the queen six.
That would have been something else.
But that also bodes the point. Like, is he feeling it right now? Is there some juju, a vibe out there where he's like, oh, I'm winning right now in these spots. I think if I call, I can win this hand.
Yeah, and maybe there's just this sense that, you know, all of the kind of considerations and deliberations that He was making when we came into this final table, he wants to throw that out the window now that they're heads up.
That was his shift, his
Switch it
pivot.
up.
Yeah, okay. Queen 10 now for Bucky. He's got about 25 bigs.
450.
450.
Raise it up. 450 to go. Ha's in. 1.1 million in the pot. Look at this, open ender now.
Check.
The flop falls 9-6 deuce. Ha. Not the best texture for Bucky. Does have 2 overcards to the board. He's going to bet 450 again, and he is just hoping and praying he does not get check raised so we can turn something.
Yeah, we saw kind of have an unwillingness to check raise flops when he had hands like 2 overs with some backdoors. And even with a hand like an open-ender, he decides he just wants to continue to call. I mean, the way that he has been playing, I am a little surprised he didn't go for
I thought he
check
was
raise,
kind of
right?
feeling it too, you know, that he's unstoppable in the moment right now. Bucky, however, does turn a straight draw as the king of spades lands. Queen high still the best hand as well. This might be the type of card where Bucky could feel compelled to bet once more. A 2-barrel.
$1.1.
He does. 1.1.
Yeah, Bucky, you know, should have some more King X here than you know, definitely trying to fold out some weak 1-pair hands, perhaps, you know, some 6X, some deuce X. I think he expects a 9X to call again for sure.
How much do you have?
Does he want to?
Yeah, I mean, Huz wants to count and maybe just trying to figure out if he does call, how much do I need to call on the river? But maybe he's going to rip it. No, he's out. Surprised he gave up the open-ended straight draw there. He was, in fact, I believe, concerned about Wantman.
You flush, Joe?
No.
No?
Well, I mean, Bucky was telling the truth.
I have
there.
a strong hand.
Yeah. Good turn for me.
I push all in, you call.
Biggest career cash
just
back in
draw.
2019.
I'm nothing.
Well, you got something now. Ace King for essentially tied heads up.
Check.
It's Queen 6 deuce, and you could see, by the way, just limping in on the button with that Ace King. He was trying to trap. He's going to go 350 with Ace King, and Wantman's got himself a straight draw, but only 5 high.
Yeah, against this sizing, you might just have to be done, especially with the heart draw out there. I mean, sometimes if, let's say, the turn came a 4 of hearts, You won't love it. You don't have, okay, well.
How about
just
the four of spades, Maria?
That one's going to be a solid winner.
Turns the absolute nuts. Does Wantman.
Check.
Quickly goes check, check. Bucky's 6-eye straight, of course, the best hand. Very fortunate for Ha not to have drilled an ace or a king on the river, as he was, of course, dead. Now, 1.1 million again is the bet, and Ha's got a decision to make with just ace high. Hearts have missed.
Yeah, HUD doesn't block any hearts. You know, Bucky could have anything in this spot just because it was a limped pot. You know, any 2-pair combos are available.
And a very good fold for Ha. Bucky, small extension of the chip lead, right around 7 million. Ha right around 6 million. We are just going back and forth.
Check. Check.
Another limp pot. Ha connects with a 7. Another gut shot for Bucky. Check, check, and he hits it again. This guy is turning straights left and right.
Making it look easy, and Ha just does not have a hand that is going to fold to a bet here. You know, maybe on the river he could decide, but I would imagine that against most sizings he's going to continue. Certainly this one.
Back-to-back hands, just buries the biscuits with a gut shot straight. Getting action. Ha's going to make the call. And an ace on the river. Spade variety. Flush comes home, but it's aces up for Ha. A disastrous card.
Is Ha thinking about leading in this spot? Nope, he does check.
He's going to check, and I would imagine Bucky isn't checking back a straight, despite the flush getting there. He's been sizing up a lot of bets on the river. It looks like he again will bet huge into 1.1 million. He bets 1.7, gets snap called.
Great.
That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, really unfortunate river for Ha. There's just a lot of other rivers, you know, just
That's
any
it.
spade that, of course, doesn't give him 2-pair is going to be one where he's most likely going to be
7.
willing to fold his pair of 7s to. But
wow.
Yikes.
Up to 9.3 million. Huge chip lead for Matthew Wantman.
Yeah, pretty much back where we were at before he doubled Ha up with the King-3 of diamonds against his
So we're in that
ace-5,
territory
yeah.
now. We expect Ha to be dealt like King-5 suited, and he's just all in.
Go with it.
Yeah. And he'll get there.
And then you're going to have to call your wife and tell her you're not coming home for dinner.
I'm just hoping to be home for breakfast at this point, tomorrow.
Yeah, well, you know what? Maybe you and I can just go to Peppermill at 2 a.m. when this whole thing's over. Just
Peppermill?
Grab some
Yeah.
diner food.
What is peppermill?
What?
I'm being serious. What is
an-
peppermill?
You, a Las Vegas local, do not know
I've never.
about
I don't
Peppermill?
know.
It's an incredible diner just off the strip.
Well, you want an incredible site where you can learn poker. It's not Peppermill. It's Octopi. Chidwick, he got third place today. I'm going to go back, by the way. One of the amazing features of Octopi Poker, I'm going to watch all of the hands, focus on Chidwick's, and see if he made any mistakes that the trainer points out.
Doubtful.
Check.
No, yeah, you're right. I don't
I
need to
mean,
waste my
I
time.
hate to say this, but if that's what the solver says, I think the solver might be wrong.
Wow. No, I think
Consider that.
you're right.
Check.
So Peppermill is a diner?
Yeah.
Where is it?
It's like right by Stratosphere, or like past Stratosphere.
Mallard slides in, trips for,
Check.
It's just good diner
I had
food.
no clue that there was a diner down here. I mean, it makes sense. I've never heard. Has it been around forever?
Yeah, I mean, as far
I've
as
never
I know.
heard of it. I've never heard of anyone going there. This is the first time.
Yeah, well,
Wow.
you know, maybe you haven't really gone to a club on the strip and then just stumbled out at 4 a.m. really hungry, wanting
I've never done. I mean, yeah,
wanting,
no, I haven't. Yeah.
some pancakes or a breakfast sandwich. No.
No.
Steak and eggs.
I like the cracked egg
Nice name.
little
Oh,
diners.
yeah.
You ever been to
Yeah,
those?
no, that's nice.
You stole my play. I was gonna bluff.
Love the chat here. Every time the Mallards hit, they just load it up. Go nuts. Show Maria how you just load up the chat with all those Mallards, those ducks. It's my favorite time
Oh, our
of the
mod
show.
says that the movie Casino has a scene shot inside Peppermill.
I never even picked up on it. I had no clue. Limp spot here. Queen Jack 10. Open ender for Bucky.
Check.
Ace high for Hop.
350. Call.
For the players and dealers, last hand of the level, blinds are at 25, 5, and 5. Players, remember this is the double level, you'll be on this for 1 hour. 25, 5, and 5.
Check.
Bucky checks over to her again.
Check.
Check.
Checks back.
Buries it straight for Bucky.
Check.
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 Straight.
Oh, well, that was a nice check back from her. Wasn't going to fall for it. You see, that was like the first sign of a little frustration from her. Just that big sigh.
Seems a little defeated in a way.
Yeah, perhaps feeling like Bucky's just getting lucky on him, you know, making a ton of hands.
All in good spirits, of course. You know, and he's not being negative by any means. It just does seem like it's not his to win right now. But still in it, fighting. 15 bigs for Hop. And we know this too. He should know this. He's a double up away from essentially being tied.
All in.
All in.
He's going for it. Ace 10.
Oh, sorry. My fault.
$558,000 in career live earnings. Well, that's about to head upwards. At a minimum, he's adding another 100, call it 70,000. And at the top, first place for this event is 262,000 and change. King, king, 8.
Check.
2 pair.
Check.
Or hop.
Yeah. I
Quickly
see
goes
this
check, check.
Check. $450.
Now coming with the bet after Bucky checks for a second time, and I think it's smart of Bucky, you know, just especially kind of seeing that Hu's maybe a little bit lacking in patience now to, you know, let him win the small ones, and he'll kind of pick him off later when, you know, Hu shoves. I think that Bucky's ready to call a little bit wider.
Yeah, any ace-X type holding, all of a sudden you're calling it off for the 15 to 20 bigs. $7-3 off for Wantman. Limp. King Jack suited. Qualifier. Does not announce all in. This time just makes it 800,000. Good enough. All right, 20 bigs. We're fine. Right in this thing. Paul Campbell going to draw for hands, play 2 more before the levels go up.
So with this new structure from, you know, our dear commish,
yeah,
are the levels longer than before, heads up? I know they shorten as we lose players, but compared to the old structure.
No, I think the entire event, they're 40-minute levels, but once you get to 3-handed play, it becomes 30-minute levels.
But before were the levels 20 minutes?
Prior
versus
to that?
30 minutes?
No, I don't
No.
think so.
Okay.
No, I think it was always just 40 minutes. Like he dropped 10 minutes off the levels once you get 3-handed.
All right.
Yeah. Somehow it's made the final tables last longer.
Less longer.
Last long.
Okay,
No, they.
last. I was like less longer. Last longer. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You know.
Duration of time. Small sample size, but you know.
So far.
The duration of time thus far at all of our final tables since the structure changes, I would say it's been significantly longer than prior to the change, yeah. We have nobody else to blame other than the commish. Queen 7-8, limped bot.
Is there like a suggestions box you want to? Is that where Jim Colopy puts his complaints?
All of his complaints.
Yeah.
All 9 of them that he made yesterday. Gutter for Ha. Wantman's got some backdoor creativity in mind. Does have the best hand with 9 high and does hit the 9 while Ha turns open-ended. Bit of a complicated straight draw, I would say, considering if the 10 were to arrive on the river, you're not oh so thrilled. 6 would be the low end of the straight, whereas the jack would interfere.
He will get a free one though. Wantman rivering 2 pair now, 9s and 8s.
He's got a bluff catcher, does Wantman, and Ha really, I think, has to bluff if he wants to win this pot. And he's not. He's just going to give up.
Yeah, you would think having a 6 is pretty good here. You know, could rep 6-5, of course, but doesn't pull the trigger.
Got it.
9.8 million for Bucky. Just keeping his lead, holding on to it, not giving anything away. That patience starting to pay off. Well, there it is. Pad's our first one to go to kick things off. Got 6th place, Patrick Leonard. Great player, both online and now live, especially. And then it was the Nightcrawler's turn. Isaac Kempton, a roller coaster of an afternoon, followed by the YouTube superstar worldwide, Masato Yokosawa. Chidwick, 3rd place, the all-time winningest player here at the U.S. Poker Open. Reached the podium, could only take home the bronze. It's Matthew Wantman,
7.
Yifu He,
700.
playing for the gold.
Huge hand for Bucky, but HUD decides he doesn't want to play 8-7 with 11 big blinds.
Those levels did go up to 125K, 250K. Affects both players, but drastically does bring He's stack down to the danger zone. He's got 11 bigs.
Call.
All in.
All in.
Here we go, pocket
Queens.
queens.
All in.
All in.
Oh, and again.
That's another one, yeah.
Ooh, King 6 off for Bucky. You know, against some opponents, maybe we make the call. This might be a little bit of a different scenario. Maria, is this a qualifier?
I don't know. On one hand, maybe he believes Hush shoving too wide, but on the other hand, you know, maybe if you feel like you have kind of such an edge over your opponent, maybe you don't want to take this spot.
And he will not take that spot. Throws it into the muck. Back-to-back all-ins for Yifu. And right up to about 15 big blinds now. Seems rather inevitable that we're going to see a lot of all-ins.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, you know, not a whole lot of post-flop play available. You know, you can certainly still find some limps, incorporate those in as you see Bucky doing, but variance certainly going to go up.
Not a bad flop for Bucky. Another straight. He doesn't need to wait to the turn this time. He just flops it.
Check.
Not really up against anything. Yifu does, of course, have a 9 in his hand.
250.
There's 50 big blinds total on the table between these two. It seems like this should end this level, but man, you just never know. The suited 82. Just going to call. Bucky, queen 6 of hearts will knuckle. Maria, you starting to worry about your flight this evening yet?
No.
No, you're safe.
Because, yeah,
okay.
The time that I booked was just, you know, reasonably accounting for it going longer
This won't
than
finish
expected.
until about 8 o'clock tonight. So are you still fine?
Okay, maybe in that case, do you have a spare bedroom?
600.
Normally, yes, but I've got about 19 children staying in my house right now as my sister's in town with her kids. But, you know, for you, absolutely.
I mean, you'll go and sleep on the couch and just, you know, maybe.
You can take my spot upstairs. Yeah, no problem.
You're a real gent.
I'm not allowed to sleep in the house anyway.
On your birthday, at least, though, right? Like holidays, special occasions.
No, that's even worse. I can't even be on property. Chip denominations brought to you by Splash Sports. Only 2 of them in play. Lavender 25Ks and the Bumblebee 100Ks.
All in.
Hands starting to wander over to Yifu He. Ace-Jack gets the shove through. Six off. One notable observation thus far, not one player has folded.
Yeah.
Playing
100% of.
Playing 100% of hands.
Yeah.
And I think mathematically, correct me if I'm wrong, you really should not be folding. Given the price that's being laid with the big blind ante in play, flick in the 125K with any 2 will do.
Yeah, I think that maybe sometimes some exceptions could be made if you're up against a really tough opponent.
Yeah.
But that's really the only time that I would consider, you know, folding maybe like the 7 deuce, 7 trays.
I would not fold 7 deuce just because, you know, it's a matter of principle. 7 deuce game is always on in my mind. Jessica in the chat says both commentators are falling asleep because of these 2 players. I beg to differ.
No, this has been quite exciting.
It's been wild.
I have really enjoyed watching all of the players today battle, but you know, we've seen the most from He in terms of how active he's been throughout, and he's actually been incredibly entertaining to watch.
King, queen, deuce. Pair of queens for He and a gut shot straight draw for Bucky. He's got that 10 of hearts working as well. Deuce on the third. Twisted Clip says you're paid to say that. No, I promise you we're not. I would tell you if I thought,
yeah,
you know.
did you guys hear yesterday's stream because I feel like Brent was pretty vocal about the fact that
absolutely riveting. Yeah, no, I mean, some suck. This one has not.
Brent doesn't care about job security.
He's
all about the cold, hard truth.
Hey, you know, it's a live stream. Got to be authentic with the audience. And then for TV episodes, careful about not saying things that can get you canceled that might make air. You got to pick your spots.
Call.
10-8 suited, limping in. King 6 suited, knuckling back for Wantman. About 30 bigs for Bucky and 20 for open ender for Yifu.
Check. Check.
Not much going on for Wantman, and he does check back, does Yifu. Another 9 on the turn.
Check. Check.
Somehow the king lands on the river. Bucky can now recognize the strength of his hand. Probably feels it's the best.
Check.
Just making sure before
Boom.
decides to muck.
It wants to bluff, but this
Good check.
I have nothing.
Good check.
Same thing. You bet I fall. Still same.
Yeah.
And we move on. Back and forth, hand after hand, heads up, despite very few chips on the table.
Call.
An absolute marathon. Bucky calls, and Yifu just checking ace-4 suited and does flop the nut flush draw while Bucky collects a 10.
That's really interesting. Definitely a bit of a departure from what we have seen with this stack size at this depth. You know, would have assumed we've gotten after it a little bit.
What a card on the turn. 2 pair for Wantman.
600.
Nut flush draw and a straight draw for He, who comes out betting 600,000. The flop went check, check. Now money's starting to pour in.
1.45.
Here comes the raise to 1.45.
I think the interesting thing for He is, you know, does he just call here or does he just decide to rip it in, thinking he's got a lot of outs and perhaps, you know, just wanting to, again, up the variance. And
one thing's for certain, he cannot fold this hand.
no.
No way.
Not for this price. Too many outs.
Does just call. Does not move all in. He's trying to spike. Huge draw versus 2 pair. More than 3.6 million in the middle. The river, 6 of clubs, and it's the stone nuts for Yifu He.
You know, we have seen in previous hands that he leads out a lot in these situations when he gets there on the river. You wonder if he's just gonna keep doing the same thing he has been, or does he want to check it over?
He says this much. 1.6 million. Bucky is sick.
1.6.
Definitely one of the worst cards to show up on the river, and you know, Bucky just trying to recreate the hand in his mind. You know, what hands would He call a raise with on the turn and then be willing to lead on this river? Obviously, flush draws seem so likely. Some of those combo draws not folding to the turn raise. He's seen this a few times from He, just the lead on the river when the draw gets there.
1.6.
Are there really any bluffs?
It's hard to find many.
I mean, does King Jack?
I don't know if King Jack would have knuckled pre-flop,
Yeah,
but of course we
but
can see
ace-4,
Ace-4
yeah.
suited did. Maybe a hand like Jack-9 exactly that was open-ended. Absolute torture, anguish for Matthew Wantman. His hand is so good, and he does fold. That is
Wow.
heroic.
Great fold.
Nice hand.
Amazing laydown, considering all things. And that fold by Wantman, he still maintains a slight chip lead, but everything is essentially even. Both players now 26, 25 big blinds respectively. That is one heck of a fold by Matthew Wantman. Top shelf. I think it's really an example of what we've seen thus far from him as far as the patience is concerned and the decision making. He's been spot on every time.
Yeah, and I've got to think, Brent, that that decision to fold has to be opponent dependent, because there's a ton of other players where if they lead in on that river, Bucky's not going to be folding two pair against them.
Absolutely not. And now look at this. Yifu He limped in with two jacks, while Wantman knuckled back 7 deuce suited, connects with top pair, and these hidden jacks are trapping.
350.
Potential danger for Wantman. Just calls with top pair to the turn. It's a queen of diamonds. Backdoor flush there, an overcard.
Check.
Wantman will check. Now what for Ha? He's reaching. He's going to continue to build a pot. He's going to count out 850,000.
850.
Yeah, very comfortable to be value betting here. Just one overcard on the board to his jacks. Trying to get value from the 7x, from the 5x. There's going to be some pair and straight draws possible. Definitely
Also
wanna
a
charge
very
them.
confident, I love that word that you used, and decisive mannerisms from Ha. And Bucky's eyes, he was watching everything about that bet. I think he picked up a great deal of strength, knowing that that's pure value. My 7's in a lot of trouble. And another great disciplined fold by Matthew Wantman.
Yeah, if you think about poker in general, but especially heads up, as having counter strategies to your opponent's strategies and being able to adjust and adapt in real time, I think we're seeing Bucky do that to perfection here against his opponent.
It's been spectacular to watch. And you saw the series standings that were presented by Global Poker, by the way. Kazumi Haruse was on top, but today's winner gets 263 points. Keep in mind that Yifu He already has 2 cashes prior to today's final table. I believe if he were to win it outright, he will be at the top of the leaderboard. We'll check with the stats department on that, but it will certainly be very close.
250.
Flush draw for Ha, and just ace high for Bucky, who limped in on the button. And Ha will check call with the shovels.
Check.
Checks once more. Now another decision for Bucky with just ace high. You've been called on this board. He will knuckle back. And there it is. The flush does arrive. On fire right now.
700.
700,000. Bucky quickly dismisses ace high.
But you're right. I think he really has been so in tune with the way that He has been putting chips into the pot, with even how he's vocally declaring his bet sizes, because there was just not even a thought with that ace high against that river bet.
Absolutely. Time and time again, we've seen it. The mannerisms, everything's been different. Ever since He started heating up, Bucky's been paying attention, picking up a lot, I believe, as far as the live reads and tells are concerned. Not winning, of course, and that's frustrating when you've got a lot of intel and you know you're making great decisions and you're still trailing in the match. That becomes frustrating. You just got to stay loyal to the grind. Be patient. King, Queen, 6, top pair. Now for Bucky.
$950.
Finds the check raise to 950. This hand's over. But a little momentum. Much needed pickup for Wantman. What a battle between these two.
And it's very grueling, you know, not to make this necessarily about age as well, but everybody knows that tournaments and the long hours are just such, it's such a taxing experience, you know, to constantly have your mind in overdrive. You know, they played late last night. This has been a pretty protracted final table, a decently long heads-up match. And, you know, when you are playing and you have no hands off, for He, you can kind of maybe feel that physically he's just maybe lacking that stamina to really stay sharp and focused in every spot, because he's giving off some of these little tells that maybe he was able to kind of conceal earlier.
He could mask them maybe on day one. Day two, and the added elements as well, to your point. You're under the bright lights. You've got cameras and crew all around you. That taxing, that fatigue starts to catch up and settle in. It's difficult to block out.
Yeah, it's really exhausting for me to, you know, pretend that I'm not mad at you right now, sitting across from you for the last 5 hours, you know, especially after you brought up the Alan Berry situation. But yet,
I didn't realize
I'm doing it.
that was a.
You would never know that I hate you deep down
no,
inside.
I didn't realize. I mean, how many years of, call it, weekly therapy appointments that you have to attend because of that match? Was it a lot?
It was a toughie. Like, I don't want to say that Alan Berry full on sent me to therapy, but it was rough.
Yeah.
There was some heavy drinking going on after
There was a
that.
period of time in your life where things got real dark, huh? Ha's going to limp in here. This might be a problem. He's got ace-6 off, and Wantman, call it a premium. Ace-Jack, he's going to raise it up to 850,000. Buckle up, hang on. What sort of response will we get? And just folds?
Wow, what has happened? You know, I think this plus that ace-4 suited, you know, limped pot earlier is a real indication that Ha has decided, you know what, maybe I want to switch it up once more. You know, maybe the high variance lines are not working out so well. Maybe I want to play a little bit tighter. But that could also just be confusing to Bucky as well.
Absolutely did not think that the snap fold was about to happen.
The ranges are really changing on the fly here.
Heavens to Betsy.
I mean, 25 big blinds, a lot of people would just 3-bet shove a hand like that.
Oh, yeah. Well, now it's ace-5 suited. Does this change things because it's suited? No idea. Bucky limps in.
Please.
Yifu.
850.
He'll unleash 850,000. Winner.
I mean, I'm not saying that this has become my therapy session of sorts, Brent, but like, you know, I've just made a lot of final tables at the World Series of Poker. Just haven't been able to close one out.
Oh, it's going to happen.
That was my chance.
No.
And you took it away from me because you, Jason Mercier,
You're
on the
saying
rail,
if I was on your rail that day, you would have won.
I mean, you guys did have a whole lot of juju going his way.
Wait a minute. Wasn't yours like
No, that's true.
10 times larger? Yeah,
I did.
Yeah.
They had signs too.
Yeah,
Okay.
you had
All
the
right.
you had the entire poker world behind you. Alan had like 8 of us.
Yeah, but y'all were real loud.
Well, I mean, you know,
You
I
guys
was
were loud and proud.
Yeah. Didn't he have that silly little beret hat on too the whole time? Did that drive
did
you even more
he?
nuts? Little hat on.
Oh, he would.
Yeah. I love Alan. Not as much as Maria loves him. I'm supposed to see Alan, I think, at some point in May for a wedding.
850.
Yeah,
I haven't
well,
seen him in I don't know how many years.
You don't need to send him my regards. No, I mean, in all seriousness, just in case Alan is listening or hears this, I definitely have been joking. I have nothing against you, Alan. I wish you the best. Wish you a lot of success in your restaurant endeavors. And you know what, Brent?
Unless you wanted
I
a
would
break.
happly be
You
in the
want a break?
booth with you
For the
again.
5
All
minutes?
right,
You want
now
it?
we're talking.
Okay, yeah.
We're back.
Sure.
What do we got here? We got
Yeah.
a little negotiation between the
Thank you.
players, a little break time maybe being discussed. I believe we are just going to power through it despite these players taking a quick little tinkle time. We have that ability, Maria, you know, the power of technology. 7-4 off for Bucky. A little limperoo. King 4 suited for Yifu. He will knuckle. Let's see 3. This King 7-8, top pair for Ha. And bottom pair for Wantman.
250.
It's going to splash them in, 250.
700.
A snap check raise, 700,000, top pair on this board. Bucky's got problems.
Yeah, he does have some backdoor straight possibilities, but just doesn't even want to mess with it.
Wow. And again, very close to tied at the top. We're playing for the Golden Eagle, the title for $262,000. Yifu He on a quest for his first title in the PGT. Welcome back to continue coverage of the U.S. Poker Open inside the PokerGO studio here at the Aria Resort and Casino. Maria Ho in the booth alongside me. It's nice to have somebody that fully understands this game, Maria. This heads up marathon continues, yes.
I thought you were going to say fully understands you.
Well, that too.
You feel seen by me. I've acknowledged you.
It's nice to be seen. Payouts presented by Octopi Poker. About $170,000 for today's runner-up. The title, the glory, first place. That'll get you that Golden Eagle on the table, as well as $262,000 up top. Levels.
How much you want to play for?
Let's
play for something.
How much? What do you think?
Let's play for like 30,000.
30,000? Okay.
30,000. So play for, yeah, chop the rest.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Deal.
Good.
You heard it. A deal between these two with a little cheese on the side, 30K on the side.
Play another game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Yeah.
This guy's trying to hop in event number 5. As late registration is coming to a close, they don't want to miss it. They're both now in contention for the overall series title, Maria.
Right. You got to try to make back-to-back final tables. Bucky taking bottom of range as a raise here.
Call. So 8.
Wanting
9.
to C3 with his connected hand pre-flop.
This is something else. All of a sudden, just going ham.
You know, just as the wind blows, really.
As the wind blows.
A free spirit at the tables.
And the wind has blown us a queen 6 jack flop. Nothing for Bucky. However, he has been the aggressive one thus far. A gut shot for Yifu He. Action does check on around to the turn. Nothing going on still for Matthew Wantman. I think he's just given up. He was trying to win it pre-flop. That failed.
Well, if you think about the hands that He might be limped calling a raise with pre, certainly does connect with that flop, you know, perhaps some of the Broadway hands, some of the, you know, Jack 10s.
There you go.
Queen 10s, you know, just Bucky not really wanting to put in more chips.
9.
Until now. Yeah, the delayed continuation bet, if you will, finds it on the river with 9-3 offsuit. That's a critical pot as the levels, of course, went up to 150K, 300K.
Sounds good.
So what are your plans for your day off tomorrow?
Well, I got to tell you. I'll get back to that in a minute. First, let me watch this one. Bucky's got King 10, Maria, on the button. He's going to raise. Okay, now you do this one.
Finds Jack deuce soft suit in the big blind, and You know, it's a hand that you might not want to continue against a raise.
You nailed it, as you always do. How about that? Masters Sunday. I was trying to wait to get to this part before the next hand started so we can slip it out. Masters Sunday.
Yeah.
Families in town, sitting around the TV, the tube. We're going to watch a lot of golf, do a
so
little cooking out.
all of you are interested in watching Masters coverage, not just you.
It's probably just me, but you know.
But it's your house, so you get to pick what to watch on TV.
It's you know, it's like it's a holiday for crying out. Masters Sunday. That's one of the biggest sporting days of the year.
That's true, but you know, it's sad when there's no Sunday red in the picture.
Yeah, it is sad. We hope Tiger returns at some point.
Yeah, thank you.
Believe a raise to 600,000 has been declared. That's confirmed. Queen 6 suited, Orha. Bucky, very pretty one. 7-8 of hearts. He's going to take a ride. And it comes 7-7-10 trips for Matthew Wantman. Check, check. The queen hits the turn. Potentially the worst card in the deck for Yifu He, making top pair, but he's up against trips from Matthew Wantman, who is continuing to trap. He checks again. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and you really can't blame He for
900.
firing now. Queens and sevens certainly could get called by 10x. There's some straight draw possible that he wants to charge.
$2.4 million out there. And Bucky just calls.
Yeah, and at no point really, I think, is the alarm bells going off for He, just because, again, you'd expect a lot of hands you beat, like a lot of the 10x, to, of course, continue on the turn. And this is a very bricky river.
It certainly is. The 4 of diamonds changes absolutely nothing. Wantman will check again with his 3 sevens on over to Yifu He, deciding, is my queen the best hand? He says yes, counting out some chips. He's going to bet 1.5 million, leaving himself 2 million behind. Let's see if Bucky comes for the rest.
Going half pot, really hoping to get called by all of the 10x that Bucky could have.
Bucky really thinking it through, taking his time. Certainly setting up an inevitable all-in, and here it comes. He's going for the kill.
Don't you hate it when someone takes their time and you think that they're just deliberating whether to call or fold, and then they put in the raise and they're sitting there with queens and sevens?
Where did it all go wrong? A plethora of draws have missed. Yifu He thinking things through. Could he be bluffing? If he calls here, this thing is over.
I call.
He does call. Matthew Wantman, Bucky.
Good game, man.
Is going to take home the title of event number 4.
Yeah. I think he got something.
263 points on the leaderboard.
Good run.
$262,000 and change for the title. Maria, thoughts on, at least on our runner-up?
Yeah, I definitely have to say he's made his mark and quite an impression on both of us today with his play. Just, you know, certainly finding a lot of really good spots, but kind of lost steam there towards the end. Bucky, of course, patient as ever today, just really putting on a master class in, you know, understanding how the dynamics affect and adjust your own strategy.
Patience, poise, and perfection at the very end as Matthew Wantman takes home the title here at event number 4. Yifu He, our runner-up. The U.S. Poker Open will continue. Wantman, a contender for the overall title. And with that, we move on. Event number 5. Join us tomorrow, same time. Monday, Maria, same time, same place. For our entire crew here at PokerGO. For Maria Ho, I'm Brent Hanks, and we will see you on Monday at event number 5's final table. Good night.